Chapter 712. Lei Laosi was stunned as he looked at him in disbelief. What? Big brother, you mean? Immediately after, Lei Laosi suddenly thought of something and quickly looked up. Right. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant only started to transform into a legendary beast after swallowing that blood ferret. Could it be Chu Luiyue? Lei Laosi turned his gaze and looked at the young lady in red standing inside the barrier. She was slender, and her shoulders were thin, but her back was very straight. The wind and clouds moved around her, but she stood proudly as though nothing in this world could make her bend her back. He suddenly recalled Chu Luiyue's gaze when she said that she wanted to enter the barrier. So determined. So persistent. So unparalleled. That blood ferret was her contracted fiend, and from what she said, it was indeed that blood ferret that brought them here. The most important thing was that the 9-colored heavenly pheasant had already tried to kill Shangguanwan, but it didn't hurt Chu Luiyue at all. With so many clues added together, it was enough to prove one thing. Chu Luiyue, Lei Laosi was agitated, and his hand that was holding the hammer trembled slightly. As he stared at Chu Luiyue's figure, he tried his best to control his emotions and lowered his voice. Big brother, are you sure? This is a serious matter, so I have to be very careful. That man's smile deepened slightly. Just watch. Lei Laosi's heart was scratching. Oh. What do you mean by, just watch? Is it true or not? Give me a definite answer. But that man wasn't willing to say anything else. Lei Laosi could only restrain himself. No matter what the result was, he just had to wait for the 9-colored heavenly pheasant to complete its breakthrough. Mu Qinghe walked to the front of the barrier. The turbulent and powerful suppression was like a small mountain pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to take every step forward. Even the force circulation in his body slowed down. But he still got close to where Chu Luiyue was. Before he could speak, Chu Luiyue turned around as though she sensed something. Her eyes were bright, clean, and deep like black jade. Mu Qinghe choked on his words. How did you go in? Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. Didn't Vice Admiral Mu see everything that happened just now? I followed the third princess in. Mu Qinghe paused for a moment and said straightforwardly, do you have a way to help us go in? Or, you can send the third princess out. Anyone could tell that it was impossible for Shangguanwan to subdue this 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Moreover, it was about to break through to become a divine beast. By then, it's Qinghe. It's Qinghe. She's Qinghe. Chu Luiyue glanced at Shangguanwan, knitted her brows, and hesitated. This. Lieutenant Mu, do you think that I have such an ability? You probably forgot that my fiend was also swallowed by the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. I can't even go out now, so I naturally don't know how to send the third princess out. Why should I send her out? Isn't it good for her to stay here? Shangguanwan is greedy. She wants to occupy the 9-colored heavenly pheasant, but she didn't think about where she got the right to do so. Mu Qinghe's expression was solemn. Is there really no way? Chu Luiyue suddenly laughed. I couldn't tell that Vice Admiral Mu is really loyal to the third princess. Mu Qinghe's heart suddenly felt like it was stabbed by something. But I'm very sorry. I really don't have this ability. Why don't you ask those two? Mu Qinghe knew that Chu Luiyue was talking about Lei Laosi and the other two. Not to mention whether they would help, even if they were willing, those two probably wouldn't be able to do it. Otherwise, Lei Laosi wouldn't be in such a sorry state just now. Screech. A clear screech was heard once again. Chu Luiyue immediately turned back to take a look. Currently, half of the feathers on the 9-colored heavenly pheasant had already turned crimson red. Splash! Its huge wings suddenly vibrated. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. The huge one Yeshan swayed with the wind. Piak! An incomparably thick tree root suddenly rose up from the ground. It slammed towards Shangguanwan. This tree was the biggest tree in the entire Mystic Sun Forest, and its root naturally couldn't be underestimated. That tree root was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Also, it was crystal clear and filled with blood-red liquid. A strong smell of blood spread across the place. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. Needless to say, Jianghu and the rest had personally experienced how powerful this tree root was. Third Princess. 1. That tree root was about to land on Shangguanwan. At this moment, Shangguanwan suddenly seemed to have realized something and looked up. When she saw that thick tree root flying toward her, fear flashed across Shangguanwan's face. Immediately after, she seemed to have made up her mind, and a ruthless glint flashed across her eyes. I can't care so much anymore. The next moment, Shangguanwan's aura suddenly surged. She quickly got up and left an afterimage on the spot. Bang! That tree root ruthlessly slammed onto the spot where Shangguanwan was just now. Countless cracks instantly spread out on the ground. A deep gully appeared in a split second. Shangguanwan's afterimage was also instantly shattered. However, she was still able to avoid this attack. Chu Luiyue immediately looked over, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. Shangguanwan's aura was actually still surging rapidly. She was only at peak stage 7 just now, but she actually broke through to stage 8 right now. She reached the same stage as Lei Laosi. A chilly aura emanated from Shangguanwan's body. In an instant, her face and body were actually covered with a thin layer of frost. Shangguanwan indeed still held back previously. Just as Chu Luiyue was thinking, he saw Shangguanwan raise her hand. A sharp white icicle suddenly appeared in her hand. However, in the center of that white icicle, there seemed to be a drop of crimson blood. The terrifying aura was emanating from that drop of blood. Chu Luiyue's heart shuddered. That blood was, swoosh. Shangguanwan had already taken action. She ruthlessly stabbed that icicle into the tree root in front of her. Then, she slashed it forcefully. Rip, blood splattered everywhere. Shangguanwan's face and body were instantly covered with scarlet bloodstains. It looked eerie and terrifying. However, an even more terrifying scene appeared next. Those bloodstains that splattered on the icicle were actually rapidly absorbed by the icicle. All of them gathered into that drop of blood in the center. From afar, the color of that drop of blood in the center seemed to have become even denser, and it even faintly turned black. Shangguanwan happened to be holding onto the center of that icicle, so this scene was only seen by Chu Luiyue, who was standing nearby. Chu Luiyue only felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet. There's something wrong with that icicle. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she looked at Shangguanwan again. However, she shockingly discovered that her injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mobile users, please browse and read. A more high-quality reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 713. At this moment, Shangguanwan completely ignored the gazes of the outside world. She held the icicle and looked at the blood-red liquid flowing all over the roots in front of her. She was pleasantly surprised. The thick smell of blood spread, and it was nauseating. However, this smell made Shangguanwan even more excited. This one Yeshan indeed lives by consuming human blood. The biggest one in the middle should be the mother tree of all the one Yeshan in the mystic forest. If I control this one Yeshan, doesn't that mean all those people who are still trapped underground will be mine? This would be many times more convenient than my previous plan. Screech. A painful shriek was heard. Chu Luiyue quickly looked up and saw that the remaining half of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's feathers didn't turn red for a long time. Even the parts that had turned red started to turn back to their original colors. Chu Luiyue's heart sank harshly. Could this be the sign of a failed breakthrough? It hovered in mid-air and flapped its wings anxiously. Chu Luiyue clearly saw that the red color on one of its wings that had just transformed was gradually fading. The most important thing was that the rolling dark clouds in the sky were also showing signs of dissipating and were gradually drifting in all directions. Even if Chu Luiyue hadn't seen the scene of a 9th-grade fiend breaking through to a mythical beast, He knew one thing: under normal circumstances, the phenomenon would only disappear after a successful breakthrough. But now, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant was only halfway through its breakthrough, and it actually started. This could only prove that Chu Liuyue's guess wasn't wrong. He didn't know what problem the 9-colored heavenly pheasant encountered, but it was stuck at this last stage. If it couldn't successfully break through to become a mythical beast this time, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's abilities would decrease greatly. There was even a possibility that it wouldn't be able to break through to become a mythical beast in this lifetime. Chu Liuyue's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Big brother, what's going on? Is that fellow going to fail? The others below also noticed that something was amiss, and their expressions changed. A hint of panic flashed past Lei Laoxi's eyes as he looked at his big brother. How could this be? For such a long time, we have been watching carefully, not leaving each other's side at all. There have been no mistakes at all. Logically speaking, it should be able to succeed. One must know that the 9-colored heavenly pheasant had been in a deep slumber for close to 2 years. It was its own choice to break through to divine beast today. If it didn't have absolute confidence, it wouldn't have done that. Nothing is absolute. The man's expression was calm as his long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. The probability of a 9th-grade magical beast successfully breaking through to become a divine beast is actually less than half. Besides, moreover, this 9-colored heavenly pheasant was very different from other 9th-grade magical beasts. Lei Laoxi was speechless, and his face was a little pale. But, this is that person's magical beast. How could her magical beast fail? Back then, the fact that it was able to survive in such a desperate situation was already enough to explain many things. At the very least, he had never thought of a second possibility other than success. Let's wait and see. The dark clouds haven't completely dispersed yet. Until then, there was still time. Lei Laoxi held the hammer in his hands tightly and looked up anxiously. Anyway, I think it will definitely work, he muttered to himself as if he was convincing himself and also as if it was some kind of firm obsession. Ah! Why is the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's color changing back again? Mu Hongyu exclaimed. Yi Ranran furrowed his brows, and his face was solemn. I'm afraid, not good. How can it be so easy to break through to become a divine beast? You're saying that it's going to fail? Mu Hongyu was still in disbelief. That 9-colored heavenly pheasant was clearly fine just now. Could it be that even such a powerful 9th-grade magical beast couldn't successfully cross that threshold? The golden mane bear cub suddenly appeared in Mu Hongyu's arms again. Mu Hongyu's arms sank, and she hurriedly hugged it. Song Song, what are you doing? She thought that it was frightened by the commotion, but after the golden mane bear cub came out, it just stayed in her arms obediently and looked at the 9-colored heavenly pheasant in the sky with a nervous expression. Mu Hongyu didn't understand what was going on. Why does Song Song look like? Not only is it not afraid, but it's also very worried about that 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Mu Qinghe also looked up, but he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Shang Wanwan again with a solemn expression. When Shang Wanwan attacked just now, there seemed to be something wrong, Your Highness. The moment he spoke, he heard a gust of wind by his ear. A green figure flashed past his eyes rapidly. He was shocked. Hong Yao. Hong Yao turned around and glanced at him, but it didn't stop. Voila! Green flames quickly ignited on its body. Its aura increased rapidly. Mu Qinghe's expression changed slightly. What is it planning to do? Hong Yao. Come back. He scolded sternly. Hong Yao flapped its wings and flew toward the 9-colored heavenly pheasant that was hovering in midair. Mu Qinghe was about to chase after it when he suddenly heard a loud sound. Boom! He turned around and saw that the ground in front of Shangwanwan had suddenly collapsed. The ravine was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Jiang Yuqing also noticed the commotion here. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately went forward. At this moment, a tree root swept over. Shangwanwan actually jumped down. Your Highness. Wan, Shang Wan's figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone. It's so dangerous down there. Why is she still going down? Almost at the same time, Chu Luiyue tapped her toes and shot into the sky like an arrow. She was actually going for the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Lu Yu, Mu Hongyu and the rest were shocked. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant was about to fail its breakthrough, and its aura was already surging. Wasn't she courting death by going over at this moment? Chu Luiyue turned a deaf ear to these voices. She suddenly raised her aura, and her speed became even faster. At this moment, only the area around the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's head was left red. The rest of its body had turned colorful again. However, although it was colorful, it was very different from the luxurious and beautiful appearance from before. Upon closer inspection, its body seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. Its entire body was gray and lifeless. Chu Luiyue's heart felt as if it was pierced by a sharp blade. It was painful. She gritted her teeth and charged over without a care. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant seemed to have sensed someone approaching and flapped its wings alertly. The fierce and chaotic power transformed into streams of light and scattered in all directions. Many wounds were quickly left on Chu Luiyue's body. However, she was still moving forward. She directly arrived in front of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Screech! The 9-colored heavenly pheasant flapped its wings and instantly surrounded Chu Luiyue's figure. A vast and mighty pressure descended. A chilling murderous aura enveloped her. Chu Luiyue's clothes and long black hair fluttered in the wind. The biting cold aura approached, and its sharp claws pierced her neck. Dark red blood instantly gushed out. Chu Luiyue's eyes were red, but she was persistent and firm. She said, "Xiaojiu, I'm back. You come back too, okay?" Her voice was so soft that it could be easily blown away by the wind. However, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant heard it. Its eyes, which had been closed all this time, finally opened. Amidst the dull gray color, a gorgeous colorful light suddenly erupted. Dark clouds gathered in the sky again. Boiling hot and sparkling tears fell from its magnificent eyes. Master summons. My return. Digression, today is even more over. Tomorrow at 12 a.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 714. The blood that gushed out from Chu Luiyue's neck was quickly absorbed by the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. The crimson-red claws became even brighter. As though it was suddenly injected with abundant energy, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant let out a clear cry. Screech! This cry was different from the painful cry from before. It was melodious, nostalgic, joyful. It was the joy of finally seeing hope after enduring a long wait. In those countless dark days, it was chaotic, lost, and lonely. Now, it could finally meet again. The layer of gray on the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's body quickly faded. The feathers all over its body became bright again. Then, a smear of red spread rapidly. Those colorful feathers started to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only that pair of eyes were like magnificent rainbow-colored crystals, dazzling and brilliant. Dark clouds rolled in the surroundings, and the wind whistled. However, the space surrounded by the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's wings was incomparably quiet and peaceful. The vast pressure on Chu Luiyue instantly dissipated. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt something pushing her from behind. It was the 9-colored heavenly pheasant's wings. She was even closer to it. So close that she could see her own reflection in that pair of gem-like eyes. Chu Luiyue slowly stretched out her hand and wiped away its tears. She couldn't be more familiar with that gaze. It's Dumpling. It's Little Nine again. There's Dumpling's coquettish nostalgia and Little Nine's unparalleled nobility. Chu Luiyue choked and her voice trembled slightly. You're Little Nine, and also Dumpling, right? The 9-colored heavenly pheasant lowered its head and leaned close to her cheek, gently rubbing against it. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes, and hot tears fell silently. Even though she already had some guesses in her heart still couldn't help but tremble when she received a definite answer. She had regained what she had lost. Perhaps there was nothing in the world that could make her feel more fortunate and happy than this. Chu Liuyue's chest seemed to be filled with something, and surprise and nostalgia almost overflowed from the depths of her heart. It's still here, it's back. She once thought that she had lost everything. But no. It was still waiting for her. Chu Liyue opened his bloodshot eyes. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant carefully wiped away the tears on her face. Chu Liyue looked at it. In an instant, many things flashed through his mind. Now that the truth was out, it was as if there was an invisible string that connected all those things together. Dumpling stubbornly brought her here, that colorful barrier, Lei Laosi and the other two in charge of guarding. Chu Liyue couldn't help but laugh. So it really was the two of them. Previously, she didn't dare to believe it. After all, from all aspects, the two of them were too different from before. Even she, who was standing right in front of them, did not dare to confirm their identities. However, since little Jiao was here, and Lei Laosi and the rest had been guarding this place, everything was confirmed. Chu Liyue took half a step back and looked at little 9. At this moment, only its tail was left on its body, and it hadn't turned red yet. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. I didn't expect. Not only can I see you again, but I can also watch you break through. Little Jiao's eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, there was a hurried screech behind her. Chu Liyue turned around and saw that Hong Yao had flown over unknowingly. As Chu Liuyue's body was tightly wrapped in little Jiao's wings, Hong Yao could only fly to the top to look down. Chu Liyue looked up slightly and saw Hong Yao hovering above anxiously, staring at her closely. She smiled brightly, and her eyes were curved. Seeing that Chu Liyue seemed to be fine, Hong Yao finally heaved a sigh of relief. But then, it realized that there was a wound on Chu Liuyue's neck that was just cut open. It was even bloody. Hong Yao widened its eyes instantly and looked at little Jiao furiously. Is this fellow crazy? How could it be so heavy-handed to me? Little 9 and Hong Yao had always disliked each other. Every time they met, they would at least fight. But this time, it knew it was in the wrong, so it guiltily avoided Red Demon's eyes. The Red Demon was even angrier. It flapped its wings crazily, and its small body was almost curled into a ball. It rushed over without a second thought. It couldn't even bear to hurt a single strand of her hair, but this fellow actually cut her neck. Ah, bang! When the Red Demon hit the barrier, it finally stopped. Chu Liyue was speechless. It seemed that Hong Yao had also seen through little 9's identity, which was why he was so unforgiving. However, it didn't seem to realize that the current little 9 was even stronger than before. If it continued to fight like this, it would still be the one at a disadvantage. Chu Liyue coughed and glanced at little 9. She clearly saw that Red Demon was coming. Couldn't she be gentler? Little 9 looked at her innocently. It's Hong Yao's fault for not paying attention. How can I blame it? Besides, it was still busy trying to break through. Chu Liuyue's eyelids twitched, and she had the urge to facepalm. Her intuition told her that the fight between these two wouldn't stop. She looked back again and found that the Red Demon quickly pulled itself together and flew up again. But this time, it just stared at little 9 from outside the barrier and didn't continue to rush over. Suddenly, there seemed to be something moving in Chu Liuyue's dantian. She was stunned. Only then did she realize that this movement seemed to be coming from the Black Pyramid. It was as if something inside was about to break free. The black barrier above seemed to have begun to shake. Chu Liuyue's expression froze. Ever since she obtained this Black Pyramid, it had only produced an obvious movement in the Tianling God realm once. The rest of the time, there was no movement. That time, it opened the door to the Long Yuan sword. What was it this time? Hoo, boom. Little 9 crazily swallowed the surrounding heaven and earth energy, and the aura on its body continued to rise. The fluctuations were endless. The sound was earth-shattering. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles had been affected by this powerful energy. Crack. An extremely crisp sound was heard. Upon hearing that, Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that the top of the barrier suddenly shattered. Numerous cracks instantly crawled all over the transparent barrier like a spiderweb. This barrier is going to break. Retreat. Lei Laosi, who had been watching the situation closely, immediately yelled when he saw the situation. The man standing beside him moved swiftly. His movements were graceful, and in the blink of an eye, he had retreated quite a distance. At the same time, he waved his sleeves and brought Chang Wanzhou and the other two, who were still rooted to the ground, over. Chang Wanzhou reacted the fastest. He instinctively wanted to draw his sword but shockingly realized that his body couldn't move at all. It wasn't until they were all brought to that man's side that the unknown restraining force on their bodies finally disappeared. The few of them had just stood still, and before they could say anything, they saw the transparent barrier shattering. With that tree as the center, a horrifying force crazily engulfed the surroundings. The ground was lifted up continuously. Broken wood and dust scattered everywhere. At the same time, the tail of the nine-colored heavenly pheasant in the sky finally started to transform. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 7:15. When Mu Qinghe heard Lei Laosi's shouts, she immediately retreated and summoned Hong Yao back at the same time. However, it seemed to be at odds with the nine-colored heavenly pheasant as it refused to move. Mu Qinghe frowned and pondered as she blocked the surrounding turbulence. Is Hong Yao acting like this because it's worried about Chu Luiyue or because of the nine-colored heavenly pheasant? Other than the one back then, there's almost no one else that can make Hong Yao so persistent. Could it be that it's hostile towards the entire nine-colored heavenly pheasant race? Mu Qinghe didn't dare to confirm her guess. From this position, she could vaguely see Chu Luiyue's sleeves, but she couldn't see anything else. However, judging from the current situation, even though Chu Luiyue was trapped by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant, he didn't seem to be in much danger for the time being. Jiang Yucheng and Elder Qiushi were both forced to retreat. Because Elder Qiushi was standing in front and was responsible for protecting Jiang Yucheng, he suffered quite a bit of injuries. However, Jiang Yucheng's current feelings were very complicated. Sheng Wanwan went underground again. She clearly knew that it was that terrifying black swamp below, so why did she still go down? According to Jiang Yucheng's understanding of Sheng Wanwan's character, since she did this, it must be to achieve one of her goals. But what exactly is it? Suddenly, Jiang Yucheng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sheng Wanwan is targeting those people trapped under Wan Yesan? Once this thought popped up, it couldn't be dismissed. Jiang Yucheng clenched his fists and furrowed his brows. Sheng Wanwan is definitely capable of doing such a thing. After all, she came here this time for this matter. But she actually gave up on her previous plan and chose this method. Recalling the thick and plump roots that looked like they were filled with blood, Jiang Yucheng's entire body turned numb. However, he was more worried. Jumping down in front of so many people, isn't she afraid of being exposed? She was really crazy. If Sheng Wanwan knew what Jiang Yucheng was thinking at this time, she would definitely sneer at him. He wasn't the one whose yuan meridian was crippled. He wasn't the one who was completely crippled. Of course he couldn't understand her feelings. Moreover, at that time, she had already been forced to the point where she had no way out. This was the only path she could take. Even if Sheng Wanwan was given another 100 chances, she would still make the same choice. As for whether or not it would be discovered, she had done even more daring things, let alone this. As long as the method was in place, nothing would be a problem. I wonder how the third princess is doing, Elder Qiushi said worriedly. Jiang Yucheng looked up at the sky. Chu Luiyue seemed to be trapped by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant. However, the strange thing was that the nine-colored heavenly pheasant was on the verge of failure just now. Its aura was in a frenzy, and it had almost lost its rationality. Under that kind of situation, it actually didn't take Chu Liuyue's life. Moreover, after Chu Liyue left, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant somehow regained its strength. Now, it was only one step away from success. Just now. What exactly happened? Boom. 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 An even stronger wave came. Everyone looked up at the same time. A bright red flame suddenly appeared at the tail of the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. This light was like a knife that tore the dark sky apart. It was dazzling and eye-catching. A terrifying pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from its body. Everyone was dumbfounded as they tried to explain. That was a phoenix tail. Red-tailed red phoenix. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant had successfully broken through to become a red-tailed red phoenix. Red-tailed red phoenix. Isn't this the existence whose bloodline power is the closest to the crimson gold heavenly phoenix in the rumors? The crimson gold heavenly phoenix was one of the 2 great primordial divine beasts, along with the great void phoenix dragon. Rumor had it that there were many types below the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Among them, the red-tailed red phoenix was the most noble. The 9-colored heavenly pheasant wasn't considered the top 9th grade fiend in this lineage. Although everyone expected it to break through and become a phoenix, they didn't expect it to jump 3 grades and forcefully become a red-tailed red phoenix. Even Chu Liyue was stunned. She was full of expectations for Little Nine's breakthrough, but she had never imagined that it could become a red-tailed red phoenix. Back then, before she got into trouble, Little Nine already had signs of breaking through. However, at that time, the bloodline power in its body wasn't as dense as it was now. Otherwise, Chu Liyue wouldn't have mistaken Little Nine's identity after smelling that fragrance. What exactly had it experienced in the past 2 years? One had to know that the bloodline power in a fiend's body was basically fixed from birth. To strengthen it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chu Liyue was sure that if it wasn't for the rich bloodline power in its body, it definitely wouldn't be able to break through and become a red-tailed red phoenix. Countless fragments of the barrier floated over, transforming into streams of light and entering Little Nine's body. It slowly closed its eyes. Chu Liyue's heart stirred. She suddenly looked up and frowned. The dark clouds in the sky hadn't dispersed yet. What was going on? Little Nine had already successfully broken through. Logically speaking, the clouds should have dispersed. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from Chu Liyue's dantian. It was that black pyramid. Chu Liyue immediately focused. Crack. A small crack suddenly appeared on that black seal. That crack was extremely small. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to notice it. However, Chu Liyue's heart immediately jumped. The sealing power of this barrier was extremely strong. Back then, even Taizu couldn't open it. Now, it actually cracked open by itself. A brilliant light shone out from within. Chu Liyue held her breath. Then, she felt as if something was flowing out from that crack. Chu Liyue looked carefully and was surprised to find that it was a ball of faint golden mist. After it floated out, before Chu Liyue could see it clearly, that ball of golden mist quietly dissipated. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Chu Liyue was confused. What was that? She still hadn't, buzz. A huge roar suddenly reverberated in her mind. Chu Liyue hugged her head. She was in extreme pain. It was as if someone was holding an axe and madly chopping at her head, trying to split it open. Ah! Chu Liyue cried out in pain. Almost at the same time, the feathers on Little Nine's head flashed with a brilliant golden color. Its wings suddenly flapped. Then, the golden light quickly disappeared. It sank into its crimson feathers. Its movements were extremely fast, and all of this happened too suddenly, so no one noticed it at all. Everyone's attention was attracted by Chu Liyue's cry of surprise. Chu Liyue hugged her head tightly with both hands. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. Finally, one image froze. It was still that cliff. It was still that octagonal pavilion. It was still that man in the black brocade robe. Chu Liuyue's heart suddenly jumped. She seemed to have a premonition. This time, the man turned his face to the side and chuckled in her direction. He was lazy and noble. You, come here. Digression, Khan is so painful. It's so slow, There's still 6 chapters left. I don't know if I can add more chapters. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Mobile phone users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 7:16. His face seemed to be hidden in a cloud of fog, and she couldn't see it clearly. That voice also sounded familiar, as though she had heard it somewhere before. Chu Luyue inexplicably believed that the you was calling her. Who is this man? Why is he calling my name? Moreover, it's in such a familiar tone. Chu Luyue wanted to walk forward uncontrollably, but her body seemed to be trapped on the spot, and she couldn't move an inch. There was a distance between the two of them, and she couldn't get close to him. That man didn't seem to be in a hurry, and he even extended a hand, as though waiting for her to go over. He stood tall, and the mountain breeze blew his black clothes. He was like a devil's snare blooming in the dark night, but he was also floating like an immortal. Chu Luyue opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say a single word. There seemed to be a transparent barrier between the two of them, and they couldn't get close to each other. You are, Chu Luyue instinctively knew this man, and her chest was filled with an impulse to call out his name. It seemed that as long as she called out his name, she could remember who he was. However, Chu Luyue couldn't call out his name. Her heart gradually became anxious. Suddenly, a golden ray of light floated past her eyes. Chu Luyue's eyes instantly turned into a golden dazzle. She couldn't see anything clearly. In the next moment, it was as if something had violently tugged at her. Her body fell downwards. Bam! Everything in front of her dissipated with a loud bang. Thousands of miles away. In an elegant and unique attic, a figure was sitting by the window. He had changed back to black clothes today, and he looked a little cold. At this moment, there was a chessboard in front of him. Opposite him was 36 respected Elder Ming. His slender and fair fingers picked up a white chess piece, and when it was in mid-air, his movements suddenly paused. 36 respected Elder Ming raised his head and looked at the man opposite him strangely. Your Highness? He had always been decisive when playing chess, and he would never stop in the middle of a game. It seemed that he was thinking about something. 36 respected Elder Ming was about to ask again when he suddenly saw a golden flame ignite on his fingertip. The flames quickly condensed into half a rune in the air before quickly dissipating. Chi! The chess piece between his fingers instantly turned into a wisp of white smoke. It slowly drifted away. 36 respected Elder Ming narrowed his eyes. His Highness actually used such a seal at this time. Your Highness, did something happen? Rong Xiu shook his head, and his thin lips raised a light smile. Nothing. It was just that. She had opened the seal on the pyramid faster than he had expected. 36 respected Elder Ming looked at his languid expression, the smile at the corner of his lips, and the faint pampering and pride in his eyes. He could already guess a little. It has something to do with the young princess consort. Rong Xiu smiled, picked up another piece, and put it down. Slap. Yes. She should be thinking about me. Rong Xiu said calmly and confidently. 36 respected Elder Ming instantly curled his lips in disdain. It was fine if he directly said that he was thinking about his wife, but he had to say that she was thinking about him. How shameless. Your Highness, your skin seems to be getting thicker, 36 respected Elder Ming said impolitely. Rong Xiu's smile deepened. He didn't mind him saying that and only raised his eyebrows. I was just speaking the truth, but I don't know what she was thinking about me. Chu Luyue suddenly woke up and gasped for air. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her clothes were already drenched in sweat, sticking to her body. It was extremely uncomfortable. A soft touch came over. Chu Luiyue looked up in a daze. It was little Nine who came over with a worried look in her eyes. She seemed to have woken up from a dream. That scene just now. It didn't seem like an illusion, but a memory. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips tightly, and a trace of panic appeared in her heart. This memory couldn't possibly belong to Chu Luiyue's body. Then, could it be hers? But in the 20 years of her previous life, she had never had such a memory. Could it be that she had really forgotten something? Chu Luiyue unconsciously clenched her fists. As the breeze blew, her body felt cold. When this scene first appeared, she only thought that it was an illusion. But this time, she could clearly feel that the entire scene had become much clearer. It was as if something that had been sealed for a long time was taken out, and the dust was wiped away, gradually revealing its original appearance. Chu Luiyue rarely had such emotions. She faintly felt that she seemed to have missed out on something important, but she didn't even know it. What made her even more uneasy was that the man in black seemed to be someone very important to her. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic emotions in her heart. She looked at the black pyramid in her dantian again and found that the tiny crack on it was still there, but the faint glow that was emitted from it had disappeared. At a glance, there seemed to be nothing but darkness under the crack. The seal was indeed broken, but it wasn't completely opened. Chu Luiyue tried to shake the seal, but found that it was futile. Girl, that crack was split open by the power of the heavenly Tao when you were contracting with this red-tailed phoenix. It won't be that easy for you to open it with your own strength. Taizu's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Contract? Heavenly Tao? You still don't know? This red-tailed phoenix is already your contracted divine beast. When a 9th-grade magical beast breaks through to become a divine beast, the power of the heavenly Tao that it summons is often hidden in the 9th Tianlei. Just now, this little guy almost didn't make it through. It was only after contracting with you that it crossed this threshold. And the power of the heavenly Tao naturally divided a portion of it into your body. Chu Luiyue's mind raced. Now that she had changed her body, she naturally needed to contract with little Nine again. Now that she thought about it, it should be when little Nine used its claws to pierce her neck, it inadvertently succeeded in contracting. Chu Luiyue touched her neck. The wound wasn't big, and although little Nine had almost lost its mind and attacked her, but at the last moment, it seemed to have relied on its instincts to avoid all the fatal points. Now that the wound had coagulated, it would recover after resting for a while. At that time, she only wanted to summon little Nine back and help little Nine cross the 9th Tianlei. She didn't expect that by a freak combination of factors, she would directly contract with it. It could be seen that the fate between them couldn't be cut off no matter what. The thing in your body received the power of the heavenly Tao and became like this. It's a pity that the power of the seal is too strong, and it seems to have automatically repaired itself. Taizu's voice was somewhat regretful. He had thought that he could take advantage of this opportunity to completely remove the seal. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "There will be a day when I will open the seal." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 717. Then, a red light flashed in front of her eyes, and little Nine's enormous figure rapidly changed and finally became the size of a palm. Its entire body was red, and its tail, in particular, was like a burning flame that was intense. Its pair of round eyes were extremely gorgeous, like the most precious gemstone, dazzling and eye-catching. Chu Luiyue reached out her hand, and little Nine flew into her palm. She didn't blink at all, and her heart was filled with joy and admiration. Although she wasn't sure how little Nine escaped the pursuit back then, nor did she know how it transformed into Dumpling and found her, but these weren't the most important. It was still here and had returned to her side. That was enough. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment and said in her heart, "Little Nine, I'm afraid I can't call you Little Nine anymore. Why don't I call you Dumpling?" The nine-colored heavenly pheasant's identity was already sensitive enough, and if she called it Little Nine again, it would really be too ostentatious. Anyway, she had already called it Dumpling for so long, and it had always been by her side using this name, so it was most suitable to continue calling it this way. Little Nine nodded seriously and rubbed its head against her palm gently. The furry touch and its extremely obedient appearance made Chu Liuyue's heart melt. She said softly, "Dumpling, I'll bring you home." When they saw that the enormous red-tailed phoenix in the sky became the size of a palm, everyone standing below was stunned. Then, when they saw it fly onto Chu Liuyue's shoulder and the human and beast landed together, everyone was even more confused. In the end, when they saw Chu Liyue patting that red-tailed phoenix's head dotingly and the latter rubbing against her neck like a spoiled child, other than Lei Laosi and the other two who had been guarding, everyone else instantly felt bad. What's going on? Where's the majestic mythical beast? Where's the ferocious red-tailed phoenix? Why did it suddenly become such a tiny thing? Most importantly, it's so intimate with Chu Liyue? Looking at Chu Liyue standing in the middle and the red lump on her shoulder, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. A gust of wind blew past, and only the rustling of leaves could be heard. Chu Liyue looked around and chuckled. "What's wrong with you guys?" This voice was like a stone falling into a calm lake, instantly stirring up countless waves. "Lu Yu's name? What's wrong with you?" Mu Hongyu widened her almond-shaped eyes as she asked in shock. "Isn't this a mythical beast? Why did it become so small? Also, why is it in you?" After stuttering for a long while, Muses of the heavenly pheasant. Chu Liyue. "Oh, this. It's probably because it's this big when it's not in combat form. But I'm not very sure." Before Chu Liyue could finish speaking, Dumpling nodded vigorously. "Of course. Otherwise, it would be so troublesome to be so big. It's still the most convenient to be with master like this." Chu Liyue turned to look at it and said seriously, "Oh, it seems like I guessed right. Look, even it said so." Everyone, what did it say? No, that's not the key to the problem. Lu Yu, I am not asking about this. Mu Hongyu opened her mouth with difficulty. She looked conflicted. Yi Ranran took the initiative to help explain and whispered, "Lu Yu, what Hongyu wants to ask is, you and this red-tailed phoenix, what's going on? Wasn't it very fierce to you just now? Why is it now?" Everyone had clearly seen what had happened before. This red-tailed phoenix was very rude to Chu Liyue in the beginning. It even seemed like it wanted to kill Chu Liyue several times. Why did the human and beast become so close in the blink of an eye? Chu Liyue suddenly understood. "Oh, you're asking about this," she smiled. Her eyes were curved, and they were as bright as the Milky Way. "Because it's now my contracted magical beast. Because it's now my contracted magical beast." Everyone's expression turned sluggish for a moment. What did you say?" The one who spoke this time was not Mu Hongyu, nor was it Yi Ranran. It was actually Jiang Yucheng. After being stunned for a moment, his heart was filled with shock, and he almost blurted out this sentence. Chu Liyue glanced at him indifferently with a faint smile. "Didn't I say it clearly enough just now? I said, this red-tailed red phoenix is my magical beast now." Her tone was so casual, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. But in everyone's ears, it was like thunder. Red-tailed phoenix. Such a divine beast had actually contracted with Chu Liyue. Elder Qiushi, who was beside him, finally came back to his senses. He stared blankly at the small ball on Chu Liyue's shoulder, and his old face trembled violently. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There were so many people present, so why was it Chu Liyue's turn? The red-tailed phoenix is a divine beast, how could it take a fancy to you? Although these words were unpleasant, they were very straightforward, and they also asked the same question in everyone's hearts. If the red-tailed phoenix really wanted to find a human to contract, why did it choose Chu Liyue among so many people? Chu Liyue raised her chin slightly, revealing the scratch on her neck. At this moment, there were still traces of blood on it. Just now, Dumpling was swallowed by it, so I wanted to save Dumpling. But I didn't expect that an accident would happen in the middle. The red-tailed phoenix's claws pierced my neck, and I inexplicably contracted with it. I also just found out about it. Chu Luiyue explained in a sincere tone, and her expression was somewhat innocent. My magical beast was swallowed by it, so I could only use it to repay my debt. Everyone was speechless. The divine beast that millions of people yearned for, and you just made a contract with it like you had seen a ghost and took it for yourself. You even used a third-grade blood ferret to exchange for a divine beast. Everyone fell into a strange dead silence again. There was no choice, it was too shocking. It was the first time they saw a divine beast, and before they could see it clearly, Chu Luiyue had already beaten them to it. Most importantly, the whole thing was too coincidental. There was no room for anyone to interrupt. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Chu Luiyue's blood ferret was indeed swallowed by the nine-colored heavenly pheasant at that time. It was reasonable for Chu Luiyue to want to save it. Moreover, the nine-colored heavenly pheasant should have planned to kill her as well. Otherwise, Chu Luiyue wouldn't have that scratch on her neck. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter if it killed 1 or 100 people. But the key was that it was breaking through at that time. In the end, it contracted with it just like that. Mu Hongyu gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Yi Ranran was also excited. Lu Yu. You're amazing. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled very modestly. Not at all. I was just a little lucky. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 718. Wasn't it because his luck was a little better? How could she have the nerve to say such a thing? Was this a good point? Her luck was clearly heaven-defying. How could she let others live? Elder Chushi almost couldn't catch his breath, and his face turned red. He pointed at Chu Luiyue, his hands trembling, and his lips trembling for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. What could he say? What else could he say? Everything happened in front of everyone, and he couldn't even slander her. That red-tailed phoenix had already contracted with her, so what else could he do? Chu Luiyue looked at him with concern and asked, Elder Chushi, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Elder Chushi retracted his hand, waved his sleeves fiercely, and turned his head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Of course, she could see through Elder Chushi's thoughts. It was nothing more than that he had some ulterior motives for Dumpling. For this reason, he didn't even care about Sheng Wanwan. But why didn't he think about how he was qualified? After so many years, his greedy nature still hadn't changed at all. A green shadow suddenly flew over. Chu Luiyue took a closer look. Red Demon? She was still a little worried when Red Demon hit the barrier just now. But judging from its current appearance, well, there shouldn't be any problem. Red Demon glared at Dumpling angrily. Dumpling turned around and didn't look at it. She had seen it for so many years. What was there to see? Red Demon was so angry that its small body almost turned into a ball. With a k'chila sound, its body burned with green flames. It had felt that something was wrong earlier, and now it seemed that its guess was right. It was Red Demon. To think that it had been sad for a long time back then. After all this time, Red Demon was fine. It even broke through to a divine beast. Red Demon thought that it wasn't even a 9th-grade magical beast now. It was one level lower than Red Demon, and it was extremely angry. As it was angry, it began to cry. It definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Red Demon in the future. Thinking of this, Hong Yao was filled with sorrow, and bean-sized tears fell down. It hurriedly turned around and wiped the tears away with its wings. However, his tears flowed endlessly like a broken dam, drenching half of his wings. It had bullied it many times in the past, and it would definitely get it back in the future. Chu Luiyue felt both amused and distressed. Just as he was about to walk over, he paused and looked at Mu Qinghe helplessly. Vice Admiral Mu Qinghe also felt a headache coming on. He could control Hong Yao's willful temper, but at times like this, even he was helpless. Hong Yao, come back! Mu Qinghe shouted. Hong Yao didn't want to move, but thinking that there were so many people watching, she had to go back, sobbing. Mu Qinghe frowned and looked at it. You weren't injured just now, so why are you crying? Hong Yao glared at him and turned its head away. What do you know? Mu Qinghe, who was despised for no reason, was speechless. You are Miss Chu Luiyue, right? The man at the side, who hadn't spoken, finally spoke. His expression was calm, and there was a smile on his lips as if he wasn't shocked by this incident. Chu Luiyue looked at him, and her eyes flickered. She nodded. May I know who you are, Qin Yi? His long and narrow eyes narrowed as he glanced at Chu Luiyue and the red-tailed phoenix on her shoulder and smiled. Miss Chu, you're really lucky. We've been waiting for this 9-colored heavenly pheasant for a long time, but we didn't expect it to choose you in the end. Chu Luiyue coughed. I'm really sorry, it's nothing. It's not unreasonable for fate to be decided by the heavens. There are so many people here, but it still made a contract with Miss Chu. This shows that some things are really destined, said Qin Yi with a faint smile. He spoke slowly and calmly, making one feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Chu Luiyue revealed a grateful expression. Thank you, Big Brother Qin and Big Brother Lei, for your understanding. Lu Yu is very grateful. Lei Laoxi's eyes twitched harshly, and his legs turned to jelly as he almost knelt down. Damn it. It's fine if you want to act, but I really can't afford to be called Big Brother Lei. He hurriedly glanced at Qin Yi at the side but saw that his big brother still looked very calm. Miss Chu, you're too polite. Lei Laoxi's respect for his big brother rose spontaneously. Her Highness calls you Big Brother, but you can really handle it, Chu Luiyue said very sincerely. I owe the two of you a favor regarding the legendary fiend. I'll definitely think of a way to compensate the two of you in the future. How about that? Lei Laoxi couldn't help it. No need. It originally, since it chose you in the first place, we can only be envious of it. If you weren't around, it might have just left on its own. It wouldn't have made a contract with a human. Chu Luiyue glanced at Lei Laoxi with a smile in her eyes. Even though these two people's appearances and auras are different from before, their temperaments haven't changed at all. She thanked the two of them once more and didn't say anything else. Where's the third princess? She scanned her surroundings and finally landed on the spot where Shengguan disappeared. That deep pit had been filled up with messy tree roots and soil at some point in time. When she asked this, everyone then remembered that Shengguan had already disappeared for quite some time. Because the red-tailed phoenix caused too much of a commotion just now, they didn't have time to think about Shengguan's situation. Everyone quietened down and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Could it be that we have to go down and find Shengguan? Chu Luiyue turned around and looked at Jiang Yucheng. Eldest young Master Jiang, the third princess has been missing for so long. Aren't you worried at all? Jiang Yucheng was about to speak when the ground suddenly shook. Red miasma floated over from all directions. The surrounding trees started to wither at a visible speed. The gigantic Wan Yeshan in the middle suddenly raised several tree roots. Qin Yi's expression turned cold. Someone touched the mother tree's seal. Chu Luiyue was shocked. There's actually a seal on this tree? Qin Yi stared at the Wan Yeshan that looked like it was about to go crazy, and his face froze. Hurry and retreat. The moment he said that, cries and wails suddenly came from the surrounding forest. At that moment, it seemed like thousands of people were crying in pain. Digression. Tomorrow at 12 a.m. Speaking of which, should I update one chapter a day or should I save 20 chapters and update them all at once? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Aiji. Chapter 719. The chilly wind blew, and the sorrowful cries sounded as if they were in hell. This bone-chilling sound made one's hair stand on end, and it even chilled one to the bone. Everyone retreated in unison. More and more red miasma started surging toward them. The surrounding trees were quickly withering. Only the incomparably thick mother tree in the middle did not show any signs of withering. Instead, it seemed to have been nourished by something. Every leaf seemed to have become even more emerald green. Every branch also became taller and straighter. The most shocking thing was that it seemed to be growing slowly and steadily in the midst of the red miasma. What's going on? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub in her arms nervously and looked at Chu Luyue. Lu Yu, the miasma is coming over. This situation is exactly the same as what we saw when we turned around. Could it be that we're also going to chop? Qin Yi suddenly waved his sleeves, and a faint green barrier instantly enveloped the few of them. The red miasma drifted over, but when it came into contact with the green barrier, it quickly retreated, as if it had encountered something terrifying. However, Qin Yi's barrier only surrounded the few people near him. Perhaps because Elder Qiushi, Jiang Yucheng, and Mu Qinghe were standing further away, they weren't protected by the barrier. Seeing that Qin Yi's barrier easily blocked off the red miasma, Elder Qiushi immediately said, This, young Master Qin, there's still us. This red miasma doesn't look easy to deal with. If Qin Yi can take the initiative to help, we can save a lot of energy. Qin Yi glanced at him lightly and said in a seemingly smiling manner, My apologies. My abilities are limited, and helping these few people is already my limit. Elder Qiushi was stunned. Hey, you, Elder Qiushi, big brother Qin, and we just met by chance, and we're already very grateful that he helped us. How can you order him to do anything? Chu Luyue lightly interrupted Elder Qiushi's words and smiled very sincerely. Besides, don't you see that I'm also alone? Qin Yi's barrier actually only enveloped Mu Hongyu and the other two. Lei Laosi and her weren't inside. Chu Luyue set up a barrier around himself, and the miasma drifted far away. Chu Luyue felt slightly relieved. Dumpling rubbed its cheek, and its gem-like eyes were dazzling. Chu Luyue blinked and immediately understood what Dumpling meant. Does this mean that with it around, the miasma won't hurt me? Lei Laosi raised his hammer and hammered the ground harshly. A transparent barrier instantly appeared. It enveloped him. Several streaks of icy blue lightning danced on it, crackling loudly. Lei Laosi looked at Elder Qiushi in disdain. In this mystic forest, if you don't have the ability, you can't rely on anyone. In the end, only death awaited. Elder Qiushi's expression was ugly. Isn't this pointing at my nose and scolding me for being useless? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yucheng stopped him with a stern gaze. It was already embarrassing enough just now. Do you think it's not enough? Elder Qiushi could only shut his mouth indignantly. Mu Qinghe took out a jade bottle. Eldest young master, the pill inside is the antidote for the miasma. If the miasma accidentally invades your body, you just have to take this pill. As she spoke, she handed one to Jiang Yucheng and another to Elder Qiushi. Elder Qiushi couldn't wait to take the elixir away. Jiang Yucheng glanced at the pill in his hand. At the start, you didn't seem to have mentioned this. Mu Qinghe's expression was calm. Because the last general also didn't expect the poison of the miasma to become so scary. When we came here previously, we could set up a barrier to block most of the miasma outside, but now, we have no choice but to use the antidote. The last general also just thought of this. Also, there's only one bottle of antidote. Jiang Yucheng looked at him. Mu Qinghe had always been serious and cautious in doing things. It was absolutely impossible for her to only think of this pill now. Moreover, even if the quantity was small, she could have given one to Sheng Wanwan first. After all, her identity was the most important in this group of people. But Mu Qinghe didn't do so. That was clearly showing that she didn't want to give it to her. Mu Qinghe's expression was indifferent, and she looked very magnanimous. Jiang Yuqing didn't say much. Shang Wanwan had always disliked Mu Qinghe. Didn't Mu Qinghe feel the same way about her? Moreover, Shang Wanwan had many tricks up her sleeve, so she didn't need these things. Mu Qinghe looked at Chu Luiyue again and handed over the bottle expressionlessly. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Mu Qinghe to be willing to give him such a precious antidote, even though she was the one who gave it to him after refining it. Chu Luiyue smiled very politely. Before he said anything, he heard Mu Qinghe say, "Ms. Chu, please return the black shield that was snatched away by the 9-colored heavenly pheasant." So she's here to ask for something. Chu Luiyue's expression became a little dull. When Shang Wanwan jumped down, he didn't think of a way to save her. Instead, he was more concerned about this black shield. Interesting. Her fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly. When she looked up, her eyes were already calm. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Vice Admiral Mu. However, I have the red-tailed phoenix beside me, so I don't really need this antidote. You should keep it for yourself. As for that black shield, I'll naturally return it to the third princess when I find her." Mu Qinghe pursed his lips. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that the current Chu Luiyue seemed to be a little different from the Chu Luiyue he saw in country Yaochen at the start. The previous Chu Luiyue was polite but also a little timid. However, the current her already dared to reject him directly. That's right. After all, she's contracted with a legendary fiend. She's definitely different from before. Mu Qinghe nodded and swallowed a pill before keeping the jade bottle. "Look. That miasma seems to be surging towards that mother tree," Yi Ranran exclaimed. When the crowd heard that, they all looked over and indeed saw that the miasma was slowly but firmly floating towards the tree in the middle. Its branches and leaves rustled as if it was swallowing the miasma. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly and looked at Qin Yi. "Big brother Qin, is this related to the seal on the mother tree that you mentioned previously?" Qin Yi nodded. "The mystic forest is filled with miasma every day, but it's usually in the periphery and has never drifted to the center. Actually, it wasn't like it had never happened before. More than a year ago, when they first arrived here, they coincidentally saw the same scene. However, at that time, the seal had just cracked open, and the 9-colored heavenly pheasant chose to rest on this tree. Its existence mended that crack and was equivalent to adding a second layer of strength to the seal. Hence, from the time it hibernated here, nothing like this had happened in the mystic forest. Now that it had left, the seal would naturally be easily destroyed. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 720. That one Yeshan was still growing non-stop, and a few tree roots seemed to be unable to hold back as they pulled out from the ground and flew up. They danced wildly with the wind. The tree roots, which looked like they were filled with blood, swung wildly and emitted a frightening pressure. A thick, suffocating smell of blood spread out from within. It was also mixed with the smell of all sorts of rotting things. It was nauseating. Even though they were separated by a barrier, everyone could still feel it, and their expressions changed one after another. What exactly is down there? The thing inside those tree roots can't really be human blood, right? Yi Ranran couldn't help but mutter softly. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain this bloody smell. But if that's really the case, it's too chilling. Who knows whose blood this is? Jiang Yucheng and the rest didn't say anything. They were all dragged down before, so they naturally knew what was down there. Qin Yi said, "We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave immediately." As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Luiyue without batting an eyelid. Chu Luiyue didn't turn back, but he also knew what Qin Yi meant, so he nodded and agreed. "That's right. This tree's situation is very strange. If we stay here any longer, who knows what will happen." With that, she lifted her leg, intending to retreat again. However, Elder Qiushi immediately spoke up. We can't leave. The third princess is still under that tree. If we leave just like that, what will happen to the third princess? Chu Luyue sneered in his heart. For such a long time just now, he didn't think about this matter at all. Now that Dumpling belongs to me and I don't have any benefits to reap, he suddenly thought of it. Since Elder Chushi cares so much, why don't you go down and take a look yourself? Elder Chushi quickened his pace, rushed to Chu Luyue, and said coldly, "This red-tailed phoenix has been staying on this mother tree all this while. Now that it's become your fiend, it's naturally the most suitable for you to go down. Didn't you just say that with it around, this miasma isn't a problem for you?" Chu Luyue knew that Elder Chushi was shameless, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless as to say such words without batting an eyelid. Looking at his self-righteous expression, Chu Luyue was so angry that he laughed. What Elder Chushi means is that you want me, the person with the lowest cultivation level here, to search for the third princess's whereabouts by myself. Aren't you thinking too highly of me? However, Elder Chushi refused to give up. This divine beast is already yours. If you don't go, who will? As expected, he's still holding a grudge about Dumpling. Chu Luyue was well aware of the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Unfortunately, Dumpling was in an emergency at the time and had no way to avoid these people. It wouldn't be long before this matter would spread like wildfire. Chu Luyue knew that Dumpling's existence would cause a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect it to start now. Elder Chushi, actually, I'm also very worried about the third princess's whereabouts. It's not a problem for me to take the lead, but if we all go together, we'll have a better chance. What do you think? Chu Luyue couldn't be bothered to refuse and directly agreed to this matter. In fact, even if Elder Chushi didn't mention it, she would still look for Sheng Wanwan. At that time, she saw clearly that Sheng Wanwan chose to jump down herself. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy about this. Now that she was willing to look for her, Sheng Wanwan probably didn't want to be found. Since they wanted her to make a move, then she would inevitably drag the rest of the people down with her. Elder Chushi's expression changed slightly. He originally planned to let Chu Luyue go down by herself, but he couldn't refute her words. Chu Luyue looked at Jiang Yuqing and said with a smile, "Young Master Chushi is most worried about the third princess. Eldest young Master Jiang should be most worried about third princess. I think he will definitely go with me, right?" Jiang Yuqing's face was a little cold. "I don't want to go down at all. After all, I know what it's like down there. Also, I can feel that there's something wrong with my body. Even though I tried my best to regulate my breathing and barely recovered a little, my internal and external injuries haven't completely healed. If I encounter any danger again," however, he couldn't say no in front of so many people. "Of course." Jiang Yuqing's voice was so cold that it seemed to have frozen over. "This isn't appropriate." Qin Yi suddenly spoke up with a disapproving expression. "This mother tree's seal has already been broken, and nobody knows what kind of danger there will be. Even old Four and I don't dare to fight head-on. If you go down now, you'll just be courting death. By then, not only will you not be able to find her, but you'll also lose your lives." Chu Liyue's brows moved slightly. She knew that Qin Yi was against her going down. However, she had to go this time. "Big brother Qin, we appreciate your good intentions. However, the third princess's whereabouts are unknown, and she's in danger. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Please take care of my friends." Mu Hongyu anxiously said. "Lu Yu, what do you mean by this? You don't want us to go together?" Upon hearing that, Chang Wanzhou didn't say anything and just walked straight toward Chu Luyue. When he reached the green barrier, he held the cloud sky copper sword tightly and glanced at Qin Yi. "If she goes, I'll go too." Even though Qin Yi was also very worried, he still couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chang Wanzhou like this. Am I the only one who's worried about her? If Chu Luyue insists on going, old Four and I definitely won't stay outside. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from behind the crowd. They turned around and saw that the ground in the distance had suddenly collapsed. Countless withered trees fell down. A gigantic ravine instantly appeared. Also, the area of this collapse was still spreading. Very quickly, the same scene started happening in other directions. Uneasiness surged in Chu Liuyue's heart as he tipped his toes and flew up. When he saw the scene below clearly, even Chu Liyue couldn't help but be shocked. The ground collapsed, and a ring-shaped ravine appeared with the mother tree as the center. The most important thing was that the area of the collapse actually started spreading outward. It was like an invisible wave that surged up continuously. The entire mystic forest actually started collapsing. The previously lush forest was now shrouded by the miasma and completely turned into a withered forest. The entire sky became dark once again. This time, it was different from the heaven and earth phenomenon that was caused when the nine-colored heavenly pheasant was about to break through. The entire place exuded a sinister and strange aura. Chu Liyue then looked at the mother tree in the middle. Amidst the raging winds, all the trees were withering and being swallowed. Only this one was safe and sound and was even growing continuously. As Chu Liyue looked at the vibrant green leaves, a guess suddenly flashed across his mind. Could it be that this mother tree is swallowing the other tree's strength? This thought made Chu Liyue feel a chill in his heart. If I didn't guess wrongly, there should be a lot of people trapped under those trees like Jianghu, right? This current situation, Shangguanwan is under this mother tree. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Web. Chapter 721. A white light flashed across Chu Liyue's mind. She already knew that Shangguanwan must have a motive for purposely bringing so many people to the mystic forest. However, it was only now that Chu Liyue finally understood what she wanted to do. She wanted to use these people's strength to recover her Yuan meridian and abilities. Many of the people who came had Daijing Yuan meridians. Especially the disciples from the various clans. Almost all of them had Daijing Yuan meridians. After all, they were all the most outstanding seedlings selected from the various clans. Wanjing competition, so this is what she's doing. She can't recover her Yuan meridian, so she's targeting other people's Yuan meridians? Although it sounded creepy, if this conjecture was true, then many of the things that had happened before had a reasonable explanation. Chu Liyue was horrified. She was the clearest about how vicious Shangguanwan was. However, she never expected that Shangguanwan would actually dare to do this. How many talented cultivators is she going to attack? She actually dared to? For a moment, many emotions surged in Chu Liyue's heart, and she didn't know what to say. Shangguanwan's Yuan meridian was damaged by the fire in her Tianjing Yuan meridian back then. This kind of injury was basically unrecoverable. This was because the power of the Tianjing Yuan meridian was simply too strong. Even Chu Liyue herself couldn't think of a way to help Shangguanwan reconstruct her Yuan meridian. However, since she did this, it meant that she definitely had a way. Even if it was such a despicable and sinister method. Liu? What's wrong? Yi Ranran looked up slightly and asked worriedly. The expression on Liu Yue's face doesn't seem right. This sound made Chu Liyue return to her senses. She took a deep breath and landed back on the ground. Everyone turned to look at him. Chu Liyue said in a low voice, "We can't leave. I'm afraid we can't leave." A few creases appeared on Qin Yi's forehead. The entire mystic forest is collapsing, except where we are. At the same time, underground. After Shangguanwan jumped down, after falling for a long time, she finally landed in the swamp again. She took out a water pearl, and its faint glow illuminated the surroundings. Because she had been here once before, Shangguanwan wasn't afraid or worried this time. Instead, she was a little excited. She looked around and her gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, there was something emitting a dark green fluorescent light. That light looked a little cold and strange. Shangguanwan hesitated for a while, but still decided to approach. After getting closer, Shangguanwan was surprised to find that there was a platform in the middle of the black swamp. The surrounding swamp surged, but there was one platform that remained unmoved. As for that dark green light, it was hanging above the platform. Suddenly, Shangguanguan seemed to have stepped on something. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked down and pulled out one of her legs. Below, a head was surging up along with the swamp. That's what I stepped on just now. Most importantly, this head wasn't made of white bones. It was a human head that hadn't had time to rot. It was a pale face with bulging eyes and deeply sunken cheeks. It looked like it died with a grievance. Shangguanguan felt disgusted and directly stepped on it again. When that thing was submerged by the black swamp again, Shangguanguan patted her chest, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, the swamp below was flowing. When I dealt with this person just now, he seemed to be quite far away from here. I didn't expect to meet him again. Unlucky. Shangguanguan quickly left that place and ran forward. Very quickly, she reached the stairs at the edge of the platform. There weren't any barriers here, so she could easily come up. Shangguanguan shook off all the dirt on her body, before she looked at the ball of green fire again. It was really just a ball of fire. It was only the size of a palm and was quietly floating in the air. Shangguanguan was a little puzzled. What is this? Judging from its position, this thing should be directly below the mother tree. Suddenly, a tree root swung over from another direction. Shangguanguan was shocked and quickly bent down. However, the target of the tree root wasn't her, but the ball of fire. It flew over quickly but stopped in front of the ball of fire. A slender flame flew up and gently touched the tree root. The power contained in the tree root was continuously poured into the ball of fire. After a while, the tree root disappeared again. And the ball of fire was bigger than before. Shangguanguan's heart was beating wildly. So, the power that was devoured was finally poured into this. If I take this ball of fire for myself, then wouldn't that power become mine? Thinking of this, her eyes lit up and she almost couldn't control the excitement in her heart. She took out a blood-red pill and quickly swallowed it. A moment later, the incomplete yuan meridian in her body seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of power and became alive again. The skin on her entire body had turned red. Black lines were faintly discernible. It looked very strange. She raised her foot and was about to step forward when she suddenly stopped. This thing might be dangerous. Shangguanguan's heart stirred and suddenly took out a set of armor. It was the pure gold sacred armor. She quickly put it on and took a step forward with a peace of mind. Digression, I feel like I'm writing a ghost story, facepalm. 6:00. Since everyone said that they want to update at 20, then let's do it together. Every monthly ticket is a ladder to explosive updates. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 722. Taking a step forward, Shangguanguan clenched her fists nervously. After waiting for a while, nothing unexpected happened. Everything in the surroundings was still the same as before. Shangguanguan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and continued to walk up. Wearing the pure gold sacred armor gave her more confidence in her heart. In the quiet and dark space, only the sound of the black mud and her own footsteps could be heard. Shangguanguan held her breath. Chi! Another tree root floated over. This time, Shangguanguan had experience. She just stood there and waited. As expected, the tree root flew directly in front of the ball of fire. The faint green flame lightly twirled around it in a small circle. The power contained in it was quickly transferred into the ball of fire. Shangguanguan waited at the side. Soon, the second tree root also left. That ball of fire had already become twice as big as before. Shangguanguan thought to herself. The power contained in this tree root seemed to be more abundant than expected. She waited for a moment and walked forward again. There was no cover around that ball of fire. When she was 3 steps away from that ball of fire, Shang Wanwan was surprised to see that it was actually a burning rune. It was just that this rune looked very unfamiliar. Who left it here? Shang Wanwan's heart was beating wildly. Then, she stretched out her hand and slowly reached out towards that ball of fire. Chi! Just as her hand approached, that ball of fire suddenly rose up. It burned her hand fiercely. Hiss! Shang Wanwan felt the pain and hurriedly drew her hand back. This thing didn't look special, but the temperature was extremely high. Shang Wanwan lowered her head to take a look and realized that only half of her palm was burned. Because the pure gold sacred armor only covered half of her palm. The parts that were protected by the armor were intact, but the parts that were exposed were directly burned with huge blood blisters. It looked very horrifying. While Shang Wanwan was surprised, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. So the power of this pure gold holy armor is really so powerful. She hadn't even used it yet. She was just wearing it, but its defensive power was already so strong. He really didn't know how strong this pure gold armor would be after it was fully awakened. Shang Wanwan licked her lips, a trace of greed and excitement flashing in her eyes. She thought for a moment and decided to use both hands at the same time. His wrist was wrapped tightly by the pure gold armor. As such, as long as they didn't touch his exposed skin, he didn't have to worry about anything. Shang Wanwan slowly reached out and hugged the ball of fire from the outside. From time to time, sparks would fly in all directions, but because they all landed on the pure gold sacred armor, Shang Wanwan wasn't affected at all. Her eyes were fixed on the ball of green fire as she approached it bit by bit. Boom! All of a sudden, the flame exploded. Shang Wanwan turned pale with fright. Just as she was about to retreat, she found that the ball of fire suddenly flew towards her. Poof! That flame directly hit the position of her heart. Shang Wanwan only felt as though there was a huge rock pressing on her chest, so heavy that she almost couldn't breathe. But this feeling disappeared in an instant. In an instant, it was as though something had forcefully passed through her chest and entered her heart. A scorching burning sensation came from her heart. Shang Wanwan was extremely flustered. She didn't expect that ball of fire to enter her heart directly. With such a temperature, it wouldn't take long before her entire body would be burned to ashes. The painful burning sensation reminded her of that night in the royal family's ancestral hall. She had once thought that that was the most painful day of her life, but she didn't expect that this thing was also so torturous. Ah! Shang Wanwan cried out in pain and fell onto the ground. She covered the position of her heart tightly with both hands, wanting to chase that ball of fire out. But immediately, she felt that the thing had started to move. There was an intense pain in her abdomen. Shang Wanwan's originally blood-red face turned slightly pale. The pain was really unbearable. She could only use both hands to hold the ground tightly and hit her head on the ground, wanting to faint and forget this pain. Clang! A dull sound was heard. However, she had forgotten that she was still wearing the pure gold sacred armor and her forehead was also protected. She couldn't even torture herself. But she didn't dare to really take off the pure gold sacred armor and could only endure it in the end. She didn't notice that during this process, the strange black patterns on her body were also undergoing subtle changes. After a long and incomparably torturous period, that terrifying pain finally lessened by a lot. Shang Wanwan curled up on the ground, her entire body covered in cold sweat. Because her hands were scratching the ground with force, her hands were dripping with blood and her bones could be seen. Her lips were also bitten by herself, the blood was messy and unrecognizable. She panted heavily and finally found her reason with great difficulty. The pain on her body reminded her, she was still alive. Shang Wanwan regained her senses and immediately began to check her body. In the end, she was stunned on the spot. Because that ball of fire actually landed in her dantian in the end. She was connected to the 5 treasures, so that ball of fire could spread from the flames to her dantian. Shang Wanwan stared in a daze for a while before she discovered that that thing no longer had the appearance of a runic seal. Instead, it had completely turned into a fireball. It quietly floated in the center of her dantian, and that burning pain seemed to gradually dissipate. Ever since Shangguanwan's Yuan meridian was destroyed, her core of essence was also damaged. Right now, the place where this dark green fireball was at was where her core of essence should be. A majestic energy suddenly surged out from that fireball and spread to her limbs and bones. The strange patterns on Shangguanwan's body seemed to have come alive in an instant. Not long later, those patterns seeped into her skin again. Everything happened too quickly. Shangguanwan didn't even have time to react before she felt that the Yuan meridian in her body was completely wrapped in a layer of dark green light. Then, a rich energy flowed out from within. Shangguanwan suddenly trembled violently. My Yuan meridian has been restored. As if to confirm her guess, another wave of energy surged out from the fireball in her dantian and spread along the dark green Yuan meridian. Shangguanwan almost couldn't believe what was happening. She confirmed it again and again and tried again. When she discovered that the Yuan meridian that was wrapped in the dark green light could smoothly circulate the energy in her body, Shangguanwan was finally sure that her Yuan meridian had indeed been restored. The black patterns on her body had all dissipated, leaving only the space between her eyebrows. There was a final mark that looked like a strange black runic seal. At this moment, something suddenly appeared in her mind. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. She could actually sense the location of everyone under Wan Yishan's control in the mystic forest. As long as she wanted to, she could devour any of their energy. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 723. Upon closer inspection, she could even identify the identities of those people. There was the Black Cavalry and disciples from various sects. In addition, there were a few people that she did not recognize. They must have been swallowed after trespassing into the mystic forest. Shangguanwan never expected that this thing would bring her such a big surprise. Previously, she thought that she would choose a portion of these people to take action after arriving at the mystic forest. If something happened to everyone, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from outsiders. In addition, she had to make sure that she would not be discovered before she could take action. For example, when she was trapped in the enclosed space with more than 10 people. Everyone would think that those people were swallowed by the black swamp and would not associate it with her. After all, the mystic forest was full of dangers, and it was normal to encounter accidental deaths. With these conditions added together, the range of her actions was very small. But now, it was different. As long as she wanted, she could quietly get rid of all these people. Shangguanwan checked the situation in her body again. The fireball in her dantian stopped after 2 streams of power surged out. Shangguanwan waited for a while, but it did not move again. She thought for a while and guessed that these 2 streams of power might have been swallowed by the 2 tree roots just now. And these were only enough to repair 1/10 of her Yuan meridian. If she wanted to completely recover, she had to continue. And these trapped people, added together, it should be enough, right? When she thought that her Yuan meridian could be successfully recovered, Shangguanwan was so excited that her body trembled slightly. God knows how long she had waited for this day. No one would know that she was the one who did all this. Therefore, she could do it without worry. Perhaps, she could even take this opportunity to raise her level. Shangguanwan was extremely excited. Her eyes were scarlet as she began to choose among these people. First, she had to choose someone with a high-level Yuan meridian. This way, she would be able to convert all the power contained in their Yuan meridian into her own. It would also have the best effect on the recovery of her Yuan meridian. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Shangguanwan's mind. Right. Where's Chu Luiyue? Her Yuan meridian was definitely one of the best among these people, right? Unfortunately, Shangguanwan couldn't find Chu Luiyue even after looking around. It must have not been devoured by Wan Yeshan yet. Shangguanwan was a little unwilling. She had disliked Chu Luiyue for a long time. If she could get rid of Chu Luiyue at the same time, it would be perfect, Forget it, recovering my Yuan meridian is more important. Sheng Guanwan thought. In the distance, a certain sect disciple who had been trapped was about to break free, but the tree roots on his body suddenly sped up. It pierced straight into his chest. Ah! A short and hurried cry came from his throat, but it soon stopped abruptly. This was because the power in his body had been forcefully taken away by the roots. In the blink of an eye, his life was taken. He didn't even have time to react before he lost all signs of life. His eyes were wide open, his cheeks were sunken, and his entire body was curled up into a small ball. It was very strange. The same scene played out one after another in this dark space. The entire mystic forest was collapsing. This news gave everyone a huge shock. Even Qin Yi's expression turned serious. When Chu Luiyue saw his expression, he knew that they probably hadn't experienced such a situation before. Things were more troublesome than expected. Why did the mystic forest suddenly collapse? Jiang Yuqing knitted his brows tightly. Chu Luiyue pointed at Wan Yeshan in the middle. Perhaps, it's like what Big Brother Qin said before. It's because someone touched the seal. Jiang Yuqing fell silent. If we're talking about who's most likely to do this, Sheng Guanwan is the most likely. After all, I went down from here just now. Besides, Jiang Yuqing knew what I was planning to do this time. Since that's the case, it seems like we have to go down this time. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he walked forward. Lei Laosi hurriedly followed. I'll take the lead. Chu Luiyue turned around and smiled at him. Big brother Lei, don't worry. Since I've already contracted the red-tailed phoenix, it should be the safest. Lei Laosi immediately said. How can that do? How can I let a young lady like you take the lead? Although Her Highness has a legendary fiend now, she's still a stage 5 warrior after all. Besides, Big Brother and I have been here for quite a long time, so we roughly know how to go down. I'm also very efficient. Lei Laosi finally thought of a reasonable reason. Since he had already said so much, it would be a little strange if he continued to push it away. Chu Luiyue followed his advice and took a step back. Then, I'll have to trouble Big Brother Lei. Lei Laosi's hands trembled again. He really couldn't take Her Highness calling him Big Brother again and again. Lei Laosi hurriedly rushed to the front and arrived at the position where Sheng Guanwan jumped down. This place was basically sealed off now. He held the hammer tightly with both hands, and his expression became serious and solemn. Everyone had already followed over one after another. Since they couldn't escape outside, the safest plan now was to stay together. Lei Laosi circulated the force in his body, and the aura around him surged crazily. Streaks of icy blue lightning swam around the hammer. A vast amount of pressure spread out from above. Then, he shouted and smashed the hammer down harshly. Gale hammer. Violent winds blew instantly. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Bang! There was a dull sound. Chu Luiyue immediately felt the ground under her feet shaking. A crack appeared instantly. The force on the hammer kept spreading to the surroundings. The crack also rapidly expanded. The ground was quickly filled with cracks like a spider web. Boom! The ground in front of everyone collapsed again. A huge pit appeared in front of everyone. Lei Laosi jumped down first. Chu Luiyue followed closely behind. Chang Wanzhou and the rest wanted to follow immediately but were stopped by Qin Yi's barrier. They turned around and saw that Qin Yi didn't seem to be in a hurry. He looked at Jiang Yuqing and the rest leisurely. Everyone, please. Jiang Yuqing narrowed his eyes and didn't argue with him as he followed them. Elder Qiushi didn't dare to rush to the front or the back. When he saw that Jiang Yuqing and the rest had gone down, he then hurriedly chased after them. Mu Qinghe glanced at Qin Yi. I feel like I've seen this Qin Yi somewhere before. May I ask when you came to the Mystic Forest, young Master Qin? Qin Yi's eyes were open, and his lips curved up slightly. This is our private matter, so please forgive us for not being able to tell you. Also, Vice Admiral Mu, eldest young Master Jiang and the rest have all gone down. Aren't you going to follow them? Mu Qinghe suppressed her doubts, turned around, and jumped down as well. Qin Yi smiled and then chased after them with Mu Hongyu and the rest. Digression. Tomorrow at 12 a.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 724. It was dark all around. The dark and cramped space was filled with a thick stench of decay and blood, and even the surrounding air seemed to have become sticky. Dumpling suddenly raised its wings. A red flame flew out instantly and streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a clear and bright line before finally disappearing into the abyss below. With the guidance of this flame, it was much more convenient for everyone to move forward. Lei Laosi, who was at the front, directly flew down. Chu Luiyue followed closely behind. Everyone else also followed behind. Big brother Lei, have you guys been here before? Chu Luiyue asked softly as he descended. Lei Laosi nodded. Once, but that was a very long time ago. Back then, they had just arrived at the Mystic Forest and weren't very familiar with everything here, so they accidentally got into this trouble. Afterward, he relied on his big brother's help to get out of this godforsaken place. Since then, the two of them had basically been staying beside that mother tree to guard the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Naturally, they didn't encounter such a thing again. Occasionally, someone would barge in from the outside, but they would be stopped at the periphery. Chu Luiyue and his group were the only ones who entered the depths of the Mystic Forest in the past year. I wonder if it's still the same as before, Lei Laosi mumbled. Chu Luiyue's heart moved, and he asked again, oh, right. Big brother Lei, I heard that the miasma in the Mystic Forest is actually white. Why is it that when we came here this time, it was red? Also, it was mixed with a fishy and sweet blood stench, which made one very uncomfortable. Lei Laosi frowned. Speaking of this. Actually, Big brother and I aren't too sure what's going on. When we first came, the miasma was indeed white. We didn't go out for a long time, and when we saw it again, it was already red. But the color was still rather light then, and it gradually became darker until it became like this now. He was also curious at the start, but his big brother kept telling him not to bother about it. Their only motive here was to guard the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. Lei Laosi had always been obedient to Qin Yi, and with his carefree personality, he really didn't ask further. Chu Luiyue fell into deep thought. According to Lei Laosi's words, it was highly possible that the Mystic Forest only started to change after they came here. And the time they came here, Chu Luiyue speculated that they must have come here after her accident. It was even possible that Dumpling was brought here by them. Thinking of this, Dumpling suddenly glanced at her and turned her head. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Dumpling means that it wasn't brought here by Qin Yi and the other two? Then where did it come from? Chu Luiyue asked Dumpling again in his mind. Dumpling, did you come here on your own? Dumpling shook her head again. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes, but when he looked at Dumpling, his eyes revealed a trace of confusion. In actual fact, even it didn't know what exactly happened to its body. Back then, Shang Guanyu forcefully broke the contract with it before it lost its virginity. That was why it was able to survive. Originally, it wanted to perish together with Shang Guanwan and Jiang Yuqing to take revenge for her. In the end, before it could do anything, it fainted. When it woke up again, its physical body was already left in the Mystic Forest, and its soul was split into two. Half was left in its physical body, and the other half entered a third-grade blood ferret. It didn't know what it went through in the middle at all. Dumpling's thoughts were clearly transmitted to Chu Luiyue. She thought for a long time and didn't say anything. It seems like someone helped me, but I don't know who that person is. Perhaps I can get something out of Qin Yi and Lei Laosi. However, now isn't a good time. Quickly, look. There seems to be someone down there. Lei Laosi suddenly shouted. Chu Luiyue immediately suppressed the many emotions in her heart and looked in the direction Lei Laosi was pointing at. Sure enough, in that dim space, there seemed to be a vague figure. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately increased her speed. However, when she gradually got closer, Chu Liyue gradually knitted her brows. This person doesn't seem to be Sheng Wanwan. Even if Sheng Wanwan turned into ashes, would still be able to recognize her. And this person down there. Even though I can't see her face, that figure definitely isn't Sheng Wanwan. However, Chu Liyue only hesitated for a moment before she continued to rush down. Seeing that she actually overtook him, Lei Laosi hurriedly increased his speed and rushed over. What are those things down there? How can I let Her Highness rush to the front? However, Lei Laosi quickly realized, to his shock, that Chu Liuyue's speed wasn't any slower than his. In this space down there, all cultivators would be suppressed to a certain extent. However, Chu Liyue doesn't seem to be, perhaps it's because she contracted the red-tailed phoenix. Lei Laosi couldn't be bothered to ask more as he could only follow up at full speed. After a period of time, Chu Liyue finally stopped. Lei Laosi arrived almost at the same time. Seeing that Chu Liyue was about to walk toward that figure, he hurriedly said, "Wait. Hold on. It's dangerous." Chu Liyue shook her head. "Don't worry. This person is already dead." Lei Laosi was taken aback as he walked closer. It was a young lady whose calves were stuck in the black mud, and most of her body was still outside. They saw the back view from above just now, so it was no wonder that they couldn't tell. It was just that her eyes were tightly shut, and she wasn't breathing at all. She was indeed dead. Chu Liyue raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A ball of fire appeared in her palm and instantly lit up the surroundings. And they finally saw that lady's face. Her face was purple, and her cheeks were deeply sunken in. Her facial features were distorted, and she looked like she experienced extreme torture before she died. However, there was only a wound on her chest as if something directly pierced through it, and a large patch of blood stained the wound. Chu Liuyue's pupils constricted slightly. Lei Laosi's expression also changed. How did this lady die so miserably and strangely? Who is this? The people at the back also followed one after another. Jiang Yuqing walked closer and could already tell that the lady wasn't Sheng Wanwan. Chu Liyue glanced at him. She's a disciple of the 9-Star Alliance. In fact, this lady was the one who repeatedly mocked them previously. She was also the one who bullied Yi Ranran at Thousand View Garden back then. She was still arrogant and despotic when they saw her previously, but they didn't expect her to die in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yuqing walked to the two of them. When he saw that lady's face, his expression turned cold. Chu Liyue had been paying attention to him, and when he saw his reaction, he raised his brows slightly. How strange. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuqing's first reaction wasn't shock or doubt. Instead, it seemed like anger. Why does it seem like he's not surprised by this scene at all? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 725. This person isn't the third princess. Elder Qiushi also walked over with a shocked expression and couldn't help but blurt out. Isn't this directly below the mother tree? The third princess clearly came down from here just now. Why isn't she here? Jiang Yuqing said coldly, this black swamp is flowing. So much time has passed. She might have gone somewhere else. Elder Qiushi slapped his head. I actually forgot about this. If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more difficult to find the third princess? No one responded to him. Elder Qiushi finally felt a hint of awkwardness. At this moment, Mu Qinghe and the others also caught up. Yi Ranran saw the woman's face and exclaimed, isn't this the new disciple of the 9-Star Alliance? She had the deepest impression of this woman in the entire 9-Star Alliance. She didn't expect to meet her again in such a situation. Chu Liyue nodded. That's her. How can it be? Didn't the 9-Star Alliance people protect her? By the way, where are the other disciples of the Nine-Star Alliance? Yi Ranran muttered softly. He turned his head and looked around, but he didn't find any traces of anyone else. She seems to be the only one here. The other members of the Nine-Star Alliance aren't here. Chu Luiyue shook her head. After confirming the woman's identity, she had already checked the surroundings. There was no one else around. Mu Qinghe sized up the woman and said in a deep voice, she probably separated from the others. She probably got separated from the others and came here alone. Then she was strangled to death by the rolling leaf firs roots. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed signs of being tightly bound by something on her body. That Wan Yeshan is really scary. Yi Ranran had a lingering fear and a complicated expression on his face. Originally, he wanted to wait for a chance to find the Nine-Star Alliance to get revenge, but he didn't expect, now, he had already guessed what had happened. Under those withered trees. Perhaps they were all trapped people. If that was the case, it meant that the 1,000 people who came to the Mystic Forest were all in such a situation. Just like this woman, there were countless people who had died here without a sound. Thinking of this, it was really chilling. She wasn't strangled to death by the tree roots. A clear and calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone fell silent. Mu Qinghe looked at Chu Luiyue. What did you say? Chu Luiyue raised her chin. Her expression was nonchalant, but her gaze was very determined. If she was strangled to death by the tree roots, she shouldn't be like this. Mu Qinghe took 2 more steps forward, and with the help of the flame, he could finally see more clearly. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. My eyes were playing tricks on me. She really didn't die for this reason. He had seen what it was like to be entangled to death by a rolling leaf fir. And this woman, hers death was really too strange. What was even weirder was, Chu Luiyue continued. The force in her body disappeared. Mu Qinghe pursed his lips. This was something he had just discovered. What do you mean? Mu Hongyu was comforting Yi Ranran and couldn't help but ask. Chu Luiyue explained. After a normal cultivator dies, even if their life is gone, the force stored in their body won't dissipate immediately. Especially for this kind of talented person. There's definitely a lot of force in their flesh and bones. She should have died not long ago, but the force in her body is almost all gone. Chu Luiyue's words attracted everyone's attention. As expected. Lei Laoxi's realm was high, so he was naturally more sensitive to these things. The force in her body seems to have been sucked away by something. It's completely gone. Wait. Her core of essence seems to be damaged too. Lei Laoxi scanned the area with his force and had a horrified expression. Jiang Yuqing's eyelashes fluttered, and he lowered his eyes slightly. Chu Luiyue saw everything clearly from the side and sneered in his heart. It seemed that Jiang Yuqing was also very clear about what Sheng Wanwan was doing. If he remembered correctly, this woman had the Daijing Yuan meridian. It looks like something has devoured her power. Wan Yeshan is just a convenient tool, said Qin Yi lightly. Everyone fell silent. Given the current situation, this was probably the only possibility. What is it? How could it be so cruel and terrifying? Yi Ranran was young and had never seen such a scene before. He was both frightened and angry. Elder Qiushi was worried. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying thing in this place. We must find the 3rd princess as soon as possible. Otherwise. The corners of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Elder Qiushi, don't worry. The 3rd princess is blessed by the heavens. Even if everyone else is in danger, she will definitely be safe and sound. Elder Qiushi choked and felt that Chu Luiyue's words sounded weird. However, he didn't know how to refute and could only fling his sleeves. Anyway, finding the 3rd princess is the most important thing. Chu Luiyue couldn't be bothered with him. Sheng Wanwan probably doesn't want us to find her yet. Help! Help! A hoarse cry for help suddenly came from afar. Chu Luiyue found this voice very familiar and looked in the direction of the voice. Mu Hongyu widened her eyes. It's senior brother Zhu Hong's voice. It's actually someone from Dragon Teeth Mountain. Mu Hongyu was very worried and wanted to go over but was stopped by Qin Yi. Once you leave this barrier, you'll be swallowed by this black swamp in less than 15 minutes. Mu Hongyu was shocked and stopped in her tracks with an anxious expression. But that's senior brother Zhu Hong, he's not the only one. Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke up. There seemed to be quite a few people in that dark shadow. She gave Mu Hongyu a reassuring look. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he flew in that direction. Perhaps it was because of the red-tailed phoenix, but she was obviously much more mobile than the others here. Mu Hongyu nodded and stared intently. Lei Laosi hurriedly followed her. Help, cough, cough. Help. The closer they got, the clearer Zhu Hong's voice became. He struggled with difficulty in the black swamp and even dragged a few unconscious people behind him. The surroundings were pitch black, and his body kept falling. The energy in his body also kept flowing away. His entire body seemed to be gradually turning cold. A deep sense of despair surged into his heart. Am I really going to die here? When I came, I said that I had to take good care of the sect's disciples. But now, Zhu Hong's voice gradually became softer as he laughed bitterly. Who can hear me if I cry for help in this place? I've already exhausted all my energy, and I really can't hold on anymore. Zhu Hong closed his eyes. Zhu Hong? A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Zhu Hong opened his eyes and tried his best to look forward. A silhouette was heading in this direction. The red light reflected her figure like a sharp blade that tore through the darkness, giving off a myriad of colors. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 726. For a moment, Zhu Hong thought that he was hallucinating. He closed his eyes and realized that the person didn't disappear. Instead, he was still coming over. I've seen this face before. Chu Luiyue. Zhu Hong mumbled in disbelief. Chu Luiyue was already in front of him. When he saw Zhu Hong's situation clearly, Chu Luiyue's expression froze. Half of his body had already sunk into the black swamp, and he was dragging 4 people behind him. From the looks of it, they seemed to have fainted, and it was all thanks to Zhu Hong tying them together with a rope that they were not separated from each other. However, Zhu Hong's face was pale, and he was barely breathing. He seemed to have exhausted all his energy and couldn't hold on any longer. Chu Luiyue immediately reached out his hand. Zhu Hong, give me your hand. Looking at the fair and tender hand in front of him, Zhu Hong finally realized that this was really Chu Luiyue. Zhu Hong reached out his hand in a daze. Lei Laosi hurriedly went forward, grabbed Zhu Hong's wrist, and lifted him up forcefully. How can I let His Highness do this? Lei Laosi was strong and had innate divine strength, so he easily dragged them out. Before Zhu Hong could react, he had already broken free from that terrifying swamp. Lei Laosi set up a barrier and surrounded the few of them. This way, they wouldn't fall so easily again. Chu Luiyue smiled and glanced at Lei Laosi. Thank you for your help, big brother Lei. Lei Laosi's eyes twitched. I haven't seen His Highness for such a long time. When did he become so fond of joking? When he heard him calling him big brother, his legs really turned to jelly. Why, you're welcome. It's what I should do. Lei Laosi coughed and turned his head away. Chu Luiyue teased him as her lips curled up slightly. Then, she looked at Zhu Hong and the few people he brought along. They were indeed from Dragon Teeth Mountain. Chu Luiyue took out a bottle of pills and passed it to Zhu Hong. Replenish your energy first. Zhu Hong subconsciously raised his hand and received the elixir. He opened the cork, and a rich fragrance wafted out. Zhu Hong was shocked. The level of this pill was not low, and the ingredients used to refine it were extremely precious. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to obtain even one pill, but Chu Luiyue actually had an entire bottle. Moreover, she gave it to him so casually, which showed how generous she was. Zhu Hong was a little embarrassed, but when he thought of his current situation, he only hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. A gentle force spread from his chest to his limbs and bones. Very soon, Zhu Hong's complexion became much better. He looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated expression. I really don't know how to thank you. When I came here, I originally wanted to help Chu Luiyue and the others. Who would have thought that in the end, they would be the ones helping me? May I know who this is? He looked at Lei Laosi nervously. He was sure that this man was definitely not with them. However, his strength was extremely strong. Just by standing in front of it, one could feel the faint pressure. When did Chu Luiyue know such a powerful person? This is Big Brother Lei Laosi. We accidentally met him in the Mystic Forest, and he helped us a lot. She then looked at Lei Laosi. This is Zhu Hong. He's in charge of leading the team to Dragon Teeth Mountain this time. Lei Laosi sized Zhu Hong up. Zhu Hong instantly became nervous. You little brat, you're quite loyal. Lei Laosi chuckled. That's right. You're a man. He could tell that Zhu Hong could totally escape by himself if he wanted to. However, he still chose to bring these few people along. This persistence was really hard to come by. Zhu Hong heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. We're all from the same sect, so this is what I should do. It's just that I'm useless in the end. If I didn't meet you guys, I'm afraid. Then, he returned the jade bottle to Chu Luiyue. However, Chu Luiyue shook her head. You can keep this for now. Let's go to another place and feed it to them. There seemed to be a warm current surging in Zhu Hong's heart. His lips moved, and in the end, he only said 2 words seriously. Thank you. Chu Luiyue smiled. Let's go over there first. Hong Yu is very worried about you guys. Hong Yu is here too. Zhu Hong widened his eyes in shock. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly and was about to turn around. Piak. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Chu Luiyue's expression froze, and she looked up. A tree root that was as thick as an adult's waist suddenly swung over. It was very aggressive. It was extremely fast. Zhu Hong's expression changed. Run. This thing is dangerous. They were entangled by this thing just now, and that's why they ended up in such a state. Chu Luiyue's gaze was cold as she swung her hand. A sharp dagger flew out. Zap. That tree root was actually split open from the middle by that dagger. The red juice instantly exploded. The bloody smell was so thick that it was almost suffocating. That tree root swung wildly, as if it wanted to get closer. Chu Luiyue sneered. The next moment, 2 thin flying daggers suddenly flew out from the dagger. 2 consecutive sounds were heard. That tree root was actually cut off. Bam! 2 pieces of the tree root fell together. The swamp surged and quickly drowned it. Chu Luiyue raised her hand. The dagger flew back. The 2 flying daggers that were as thin as cicadas' wings had also quickly returned. It was clean, and not a single mark was left on it. Chu Luiyue looked at it with satisfaction and put away the dagger. The entire process was smooth and smooth. Zhu Hong was dumbfounded. Just now, what did Chu Luiyue do? She actually managed to get rid of the berserk tree root so easily? Chu Luiyue took a deep look at that half of the tree root that had escaped and smiled. Let's go. At the same time. In another place. Sheng Wanwan groaned, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was shocked and angry. Her face was flushed with blood, and her expression was distorted. The strange black rune between his eyebrows also began to shake along with it. Someone actually managed to block her attack so easily. Those people were all geniuses with the Daijing Yuan Meridian. Originally, they were already at her fingertips, but she didn't expect. Who? Who is it? Shangguan gritted her teeth. Although her detection range was very wide and almost covered the entire mystic forest, there was one very important point. She could only sense the existence of those who were bound by one Yeshan. As for the others, she couldn't know. Therefore, she couldn't guess who did it. However, there were a few people who were not in this range from the very beginning. Chu Luiyue and the group. Shangguan couldn't help but suspect Chu Luiyue, but she was a little uncertain. Because she didn't think that Chu Luiyue had such strength. Could it be? There were other powerful existences here that she didn't know. Shangguan was puzzled. However, she only struggled for a while and temporarily put this matter aside. If this group of people couldn't do it, then it would be fine to change people. The Yuan Meridian in her body had already recovered by a quarter. It wouldn't be long before it was completely healed. A faint green light flashed through Shangguan's eyes. Digression. 6.0 Clock torturing scum is very fast. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 727. Chu Luiyue just turned around and was about to leave when Zhu Hong suddenly stopped him. Wait. Chu Luiyue turned around and looked at him in confusion. Why? Is there anything else? Zhu Hong frowned and hesitantly pointed in the direction they came from. Actually, when we came over just now, we met a group of black cavalry. There were about a dozen of them, and their situation wasn't optimistic. We were too far away back then, so we missed them. I don't know how they are now. Chu Luiyue paused. You want us to go and help them? Zhu Hong looked hesitant. At first, he didn't have this thought, but he saw that Lei Laosi was extremely powerful and Chu Luiyue's combat power wasn't to be underestimated, so he had this thought. He actually didn't have much to do with those black cavalry. He just felt that it would be a pity if they died just like that. However, he also knew that he was asking too much of them. In this godforsaken place, it was already very difficult for a person to protect their own life. How would they have the extra strength to help others? If he had this ability, he would do it himself. Unfortunately, even he had to rely on Chu Luiyue and the rest to barely survive now. He already owed them enough, so how could he still ask them to do anything? No. Zhu Hong was silent for a while and finally shook his head. But just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Chu Luiyue. Where are they? What? Zhu Hong looked at Chu Luiyue in shock and couldn't react for a moment. When Chu Luiyue saw his expression, how could she not tell what he was thinking? There's also the Black Cavalry's Deputy General Mu Qinghe in our group, so it's reasonable for us to go and save them. As she spoke, she looked at Lei Laosi. Big brother Lei, please invite everyone over. We'll go together. Okay. Lei Laosi wasn't interested in this matter, but since Her Highness had this plan, he naturally wouldn't shirk from it. Lei Laosi turned around and quickly ran back. Seeing Lei Laosi's figure disappearing quickly, Zhu Hong finally returned to his senses and looked at Chu Luiyue in shock. You really want to go? Did Chu Luiyue not know how much energy it would take to save people in this place? Why not? The corners of Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. Her eyes were clear, and there was a sense of valiance between her brows. These black cavalry soldiers were indeed led by Mu Qinghe, but at the end of the day, they were once her soldiers. Shangguan wanted to use these people to seize their strength and seek a future for herself. He had to ask her if she agreed to it first. Zhu Hong stared blankly at the woman in front of him. She clearly had the appearance of a peerlessly beautiful young girl, and there was even a smile on her face. But for some unknown reason, her body actually carried a faint noble aura, as if she was looking down upon the world. For a moment, Zhu Hong felt extremely at ease. It was as if she would definitely be able to save everyone if she said she was going to save them. This kind of nobility and pride emitted from her bones definitely wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Didn't they say that Chu Luiyue came from an ordinary background? But from the looks of it now, it was very different from the rumors. Recalling how he said that he would take care of these people in Chongshu Pavilion, Zhu Hong's face flushed a little. All of them had probably underestimated Chu Luiyue. Lei Laosi quickly brought the rest of the people over. When Mu Hongyu saw Zhu Hong and the rest in a sorry state, she was worried and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother Zhu Hong, how are you guys?" We're fine. Just now, Lu Yu and Lei. Big brother Lei saved us and even gave us elixirs. We're fine now." When Zhu Hong saw that Mu Hongyu was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you guys are safe and sound. When we first saw that you guys were missing, we were still rather worried. But from the looks of it now, those worries were unnecessary. From the looks of it, the few people who followed Chu Luiyue were clearly the safest." Mu Hongyu then heaved a sigh of relief. Other than Zhu Hong, the others were still unconscious and in a sorry state. But looking at Zhu Hong's appearance, he did seem to be much better. "We had an accident back then. Forget it. All these aren't important. We'll talk about it in the future. The most important thing is that everyone is fine." Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiyue gratefully. "Lu Yu, thank you so much." Chu Luiyue smiled gently. "Zhu Hong and the rest helped us previously, so it's only right for them to help us now." Zhu Hong was instantly embarrassed. "Chu Luiyue isn't talking about the incident where he stood up for us at Pingliang Square, right? What kind of help can that be considered? Chu Luiyue saved our lives." "Zhu Hong, you said that there's a portion of the Black Cavalry over there?" Mu Qinghe directly asked in a deep voice. Zhu Hong's expression also became much more serious as he nodded. "I did see some people just now, but I don't know if they're still there. But it hasn't been too long, so we should be able to find them smoothly." Mu Qinghe nodded. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." "Vice Admiral Mu, you're welcome," Zhu Hong immediately said. After saying that, he lifted his foot and was about to walk in that direction. "Stop." An impatient voice sounded. It was Elder Qiushi. His expression was very sour as he looked at Mu Qinghe. "Vice Admiral Mu, are you really going to save those people now? Have you forgotten that our top priority is to find the third princess? If we all go to save the Black Cavalry now, what will happen to the third princess? If the important matter of finding the third princess is delayed because of this, Vice Admiral Mu, can you bear the responsibility?" A trace of impatience and viciousness finally appeared on Mu Qinghe's face, which had never changed for the past 10,000 years. "I never said that I wouldn't look for the third princess. But now there's no news of the third princess, and there's no clue at all. Even if we look for her, where are we going to find her? As the Deputy General of the Black Cavalry, I naturally have the responsibility to save my own soldiers. Elder Qiushi has always been worried about the third princess. Why don't you look for her yourself?" "You," Elder Qiushi's face turned red and white. He was about to curse when he met Mu Qinghe's fierce and cold gaze. His heart trembled, and he swallowed the rest of his words. "If Elder Qiushi doesn't plan to look for the third princess yourself and wants to follow us, then please don't mention this again in the future. We know very well what we should do and what we shouldn't do. There's no need for Elder Qiushi to guide us." Mu Qinghe's words were very rude, and she didn't leave Elder Qiushi any face at all. Elder Qiushi had never been insulted in public like this before, and he could only gnash his teeth in hatred. He looked at Jiang Yucheng, but he saw that Jiang Yucheng didn't intend to speak. Clearly, he was also on Mu Qinghe's side. Elder Qiushi secretly hated him. Mu Qinghe had been very low-key for more than a year, especially because of her previous identity as the Empress Concubine's confidant. She was cautious in her words and actions. Because of this, Elder Qiushi felt that he was superior to Mu Qinghe. He didn't expect that when he became tough, he was still the same as before. Mu Qinghe looked at Zhu Hong. "Please lead the way." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 728. Then, under Zhu Hong's lead, everyone moved forward together and rushed in the direction they came from. After being scolded, Elder Chushi finally shut his mouth obediently. This time, everyone's ears could finally be at peace. Zhu Hong had fed each of them medicine, and it didn't take long for them to wake up one after another on the way. Luckily, their injuries weren't too serious. With the effects of Chu Liuyue's pills, they could barely keep up. After a period of time, Zhu Hong finally stopped, but his brows slowly furrowed. That was because there were only a few corpses left that were almost completely submerged. From their clothes and faces, they were indeed the Black Cavalry. However, the other people were nowhere to be found. Those people from before were all here. Why are there only these few left now? Muttered Zhu Hong. Mu Qinghe looked around, and her face was so cold that it seemed like there was a layer of frost on it. This black swamp is flowing much faster than before. Chu Luyue and the others hadn't been here before, so they couldn't compare. However, the remaining people, including Jiang Yucheng and the others, all realized this after taking a closer look. As expected. Perhaps it's because of this that those people left this place? Guessed Zhu Hong. I just don't know how they're doing now. If they're still alive, everything will be fine. But if they're dead, it should be because of the movements caused by that mother tree. As Mu Qinghe spoke, she looked up ahead. That was the direction where the black swamp was flowing. After stopping for a while, he took the lead and walked forward. However, Chu Luyue purposely slowed down and walked to Qin Yi's side. Big brother Qin, the seal you mentioned just now. What exactly is it referring to? Qin Yi lightly shook his head. I only know that there's a seal below, but I haven't seen it personally, so I'm not very clear about it. As he spoke, he glanced at Tuanzi calmly. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. What he means is, Dumpling might know a thing or two. Dumpling blinked. Chu Luyue calmed down. It seemed that it did have some understanding. Dumpling, why didn't you tell me before? Chu Luyue asked inwardly. Dumpling buried her head in her shoulder. Because it didn't want her to go. It had been here for a long time and had vaguely guessed something. There was probably something under the seal that was not to be trifled with. From the very beginning, it did not want Chu Luyue to be involved in this matter. That was why he didn't say anything. Chu Luyue patted its head with a slightly restrained expression. Dumpling had already broken through to become a divine beast now. To be able to make it so fearful, it was most likely not simple. And Shang Wanwan, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, since they were already here, there was no way to retreat. They could only face it head-on. The group continued forward. They were very fast. After about half an hour, they finally seemed to hear some movement in front. Mu Qinghe immediately looked over and saw a group of faint figures. It was the Black Cavalry. However, the number of people seemed to be much more than what Zhu Hong had said earlier. At a rough glance, there were at least more than 100 people. Mu Qinghe was about to go over when she suddenly realized that there were tree roots tightly wrapped around those people. Especially those people outermost. Almost all of them were covered in scales and were on the verge of death. A few of them were even unconscious. She didn't know if they had fainted or, the tree roots seemed to be trying to separate them, but the soldiers were still hugging each other tightly. They continued to entangle with those crazy tree roots. This scene actually seemed a bit solemn and stirring. The people who followed all fell into silence. Looking at this scene, they couldn't hide their shock. Mu Qinghe's expression was terrifyingly cold. She immediately wanted to go forward. Vice Admiral Mu, rushing forward rashly at this time, I don't think it's appropriate. Chu Luyue suddenly spoke. Mu Qinghe turned around. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. What are you trying to say? Chu Luyue smiled and pointed at the spot where the roots were intertwined. As long as we get rid of this thing, we can naturally rescue them. Otherwise, it's just a waste of effort. Mu Qinghe stared at Chu Luiyue for a while. The anger and impulse in her heart finally gradually suppressed. Chu Luiyue was right. In the current situation, they could only use their wits and not force. The scene just now had a huge impact on her. For a moment, she actually almost rushed forward. You have a way? Chu Luiyue nodded. Yes. A tree root flew over. Sheng Wanwan raised her hand and lightly drew on the tree root. The bright red liquid quickly seeped into her palm. Then, it entered the dark green fireball in her dantian. The tempered power surged out from the fireball again and spread to Sheng Wanwan's limbs and bones. Sensing that another part of the Yuan meridian in her body had been restored, Sheng Wanwan let out a long sigh. The feeling of having power again was simply too satisfying. She already couldn't remember how long she had waited for this day. As long as she persevered for a while and devoured enough power, she would be able to recover completely. Sheng Wanwan flicked the tree root away and looked at her hands. Her skin had gradually returned to its normal color from its initial blood-red color. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she could. Suddenly, Sheng Wanwan's expression changed. Her chest trembled violently. Her legs went soft and she knelt on the ground. The pure gold sacred armor hit the stone platform and let out a muffled sound. Sheng Wanwan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The net that she had carefully planned was directly cut off. That was more than 100 people. Originally, as long as she succeeded this time, she would basically be able to recover completely. But she was actually stopped by someone just like that. The energy in Sheng Wanwan's chest and abdomen went berserk, almost tearing her internal organs apart. Blood kept flowing out from her mouth and quickly dyed the ground red. Some even fell on the chest of the pure gold sacred armor. Who is it? I will cut you into pieces. Sheng Wanwan shouted herself hoarse. The corners of her eyes were scarlet and her face was filled with madness. Suddenly, the void in front of her trembled violently. Then, a colorful stream of light streaked across. A ball of scarlet flames wrapped in a vast aura attacked her glabella. Digression, 12:00 clock mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 729. Sheng Wanwan was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, she set up a barrier in front of her. She didn't know if it was because of the fireball, but the barrier she set up now had a faint green color. Boom! That scarlet flame hit the barrier hard. A loud boom sounded. The barrier shook violently. Sheng Wanwan's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by something. Half paralyzed on the ground, she looked at the scarlet flame that suddenly appeared with fear and anger. She was afraid that it would rush over in the next moment. Fortunately, the power of the barrier was much stronger than she had expected. After an intense battle, the crimson flame was intercepted. It was just that the color of the barrier seemed to have become lighter. However, Sheng Wanwan didn't notice this at this moment. When she saw that the scarlet flame was unable to break through the barrier and finally retreated, she finally let out a long breath. It seemed that the power she had devoured during this period of time was still useful. But, where did that scarlet flame come from? Sheng Wanwan supported her body and stood up with difficulty. She took a step forward and stared at the flame. Such a strong and bright red color. She seemed to have seen it before. And that flame was also floating quietly in the air. It didn't move forward or backward. This made Sheng Wanwan have the illusion that she was being stared at. She felt uncomfortable all over. She clenched her teeth and wanted to get rid of that flame. But at this moment, she had just dodged that attack with great difficulty. If she rashly faced it head-on, she wasn't sure what would happen. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. There were some bloodstains on the pure gold sacred armor. This flame, that's right. Sheng Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't Chu Liuyue's flame the same color? Could it be that Chu Liyue made a move? No. Impossible, Shang Wanwan frowned again. Chu Liyue was here. It was already a problem whether he could protect his own life. How could he give her such a blow? She looked at the ball of flame again and her gaze suddenly froze. Within the flames, there seemed to be a blurry figure. She stared at him carefully without blinking. Suddenly, she sucked in a breath of cold air. The thing inside seemed to be a 9-colored heavenly pheasant. No. It looked a little different from the 9-colored heavenly pheasant. And, the pressure was even stronger. Just as Shang Wanwan was guessing, the figure in the flames suddenly raised his head. Then, he opened his eyes. A brilliant rainbow light flashed past. Shang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She reacted almost immediately and rushed forward. His origin power transformed into a sword and stabbed out viciously. However, that ball of scarlet flames instantly exploded. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. It really was her. Chu Liyue opened her eyes, and a cold, murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although it was only a glance, it was enough for her to recognize that it was indeed Shang Wanwan. She looked a little different from before. Although her appearance and figure were still the same, the expression on her face. There seemed to be something wrong with it. In addition, the black rune between her brows looked extremely strange as well. What made her feel the most disgusted was that Shang Wanwan was actually wearing the pure gold armor. Chu Liyue pursed her lips tightly and her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She had obtained the pure gold armor by accident back then and had always treasured it. She didn't expect that Shang Wanwan would take it for her own. Liu, how is it? Did you find out anything? Mu Hongyu's voice pulled Chu Liyue back to her senses. She closed her eyes and looked up. Her eyes were clear and calm. She nodded. That seems to be the middle of the swamp. There's a person there, but I can't see who it is. It's already very impressive to be able to find out this much. Mu Hongyu sighed. Chu Liyue smiled and patted Dumpling who was on her shoulder. It's all thanks to Dumpling. She had finally persuaded Dumpling to help just now. It was now a mythical beast and had stayed here for more than a year, so it definitely knew more about everything here than they did. As expected, Dumpling directly found Shang Wanwan's location. As for her, because she had a contract with Dumpling and their minds were connected, she could easily see everything that Dumpling had found out. Shang Wanwan was very vigilant. For safety, she didn't let Dumpling stay for too long and quickly retreated after taking a glance. She didn't leave any clues for Shang Wanwan. Recalling Shang Wanwan's ferocious expression when she suddenly came back to her senses, Chu Liyue sneered in her heart. After doing so many dirty things in secret, Shang Wanwan was naturally more guilty than anyone else and was more afraid of being discovered. Even if she was the high and mighty third princess of the Tianling dynasty, she definitely wouldn't be able to survive if this matter was spread out. Using such a despicable and insidious method to devour other people's forces and take their lives, just to help herself recover her cultivation, once such a behavior was exposed, what awaited Shang Wanwan was the cursing of thousands of people and the punishment of never being reincarnated. Of course she was afraid. At this moment, Shang Wanwan was probably panicking, right? Thinking of this, Chu Liuyue's mood improved a lot. She looked at Mu Qinghe. Vice Admiral Mu, how are the soldiers? Mu Qinghe had just distributed the pills to the last batch of black cavalry. Hearing this, he raised his head and looked at Chu Liyue with a complicated expression. 4 of them can't make it, and 21 of them are seriously injured. The rest are fine. Chu Liyue swept a glance at those people. The situation just now was so dangerous, and the casualties were already better than expected. This was also because most of the black cavalry that came this time had stayed in the Dahuang swamp before. If it were ordinary soldiers, the result would definitely be worse. Mu Qinghe paused and said, "Thank you." Chu Liyue smiled faintly. Didn't Vice Admiral Mu already thank me just now? Being able to save them is the result of everyone's efforts. Vice Admiral Mu doesn't have to thank me alone. Mu Qinghe pursed his lips tightly. Although Chu Luiyue said it casually, everyone present saw what happened just now clearly. Chu Luiyue was the one in charge of everything. If it weren't for her and the red gold phoenix who cut off the coiled tree roots and burned more than half of them, the rest of them wouldn't be able to help even if they wanted to. Her actions were swift and almost everyone was shocked on the spot. Only then did they understand that Chu Luiyue, who had broken through to the 5th stage, was stronger than they had imagined. Chu Luiyue didn't claim credit, but Mu Qinghe couldn't accept this kindness with a clear conscience. The Black Cavalry was very important to him, and he was indeed grateful to be able to save these people. As the Deputy General of the Black Cavalry, this gratitude is necessary. Chu Luiyue tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Vice Admiral Mu, you're welcome. This is what I should do. She naturally had to save her people. Let's go to the center of the swamp as soon as possible and capture the mastermind behind the scenes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 730. Chu Luiyue's suggestion received everyone's approval. Now, they basically knew that someone purposely caused such a huge commotion in the mystic forest. Those tree branches that crazily devoured the cultivator's strength were obviously being controlled by someone. They could only leave after they dealt with the mastermind. Chu Luiyue's gaze swept across the Black Cavalry soldiers. Actually, she still had an impression of some of them. However, things were still the same now, but the people had changed. She looked at Qin Yi. Big brother Qin, these 20 people. Do you have a way to take care of them? Other than the few that can't be saved, the remaining 21 people aren't in good condition either. The best solution is to let them stay and rest properly. If I force them to follow the main group forward, I'm afraid. Qin Yi stared at her intently as if in deep thought. It seems like Her Highness still wants to help. He paused for a moment and said, I can help them set up a barrier and let them stay here peacefully. As long as the extremely dangerous situation from before doesn't happen again, there shouldn't be a problem. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, big brother Qin. Qin Yi's lips curved up slightly as he lowered his eyes slightly. A tinge of helplessness and indulgence flashed across his long and narrow eyes. Her Highness has already changed into another identity, and her appearance and figure are completely different from before. However, her personality doesn't seem to have changed much. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. A cyan-colored barrier was formed in an instant. It protected the 20 people within it. The barrier emitted a faint glow and was dense with boundless suppression. It was frightening. One of the Black Cavalry soldiers reacted first as he cupped his fists and said seriously to Qin Yi, Thank you, young Master Qin. This voice instantly reminded the others. All the soldiers thanked him gratefully. Qin Yi chuckled. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Lu Yu. If she didn't save all of you first, we wouldn't be able to talk about anything else. Besides, if she didn't say anything, I wouldn't have bothered to get involved in this mess. Who asked them to be soldiers led by Mu Qinghe? Qin Yi knew that what happened back then actually had nothing to do with these soldiers, so he really couldn't blame them. But when he saw Mu Qinghe here, he felt very unhappy, and even felt annoyed looking at these people. All the officers and soldiers turned their heads to thank Chu Luiyue. Thank you, Miss Chu. Even though most of them were injured, their thanks were still filled with energy and sincerity. They had all experienced countless life and death situations, so they naturally knew how precious life was. Chu Luiyue had saved so many of their lives. How could they not thank him? A Black Cavalry soldier standing at the front suddenly lowered his voice and said, That's right. Miss Chu, my name is Tian Zhuangzhuang. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I, Tian Zhuangzhuang, will definitely not shirk my duty. He didn't say which squad he belonged to in the Black Cavalry. He only said his name. This meant that he was expressing his gratitude personally. Chu Liuyue's eyes curved. Me too. Miss Chu, I'm Zhou Kaiyun. We owe you our lives, so we'll do whatever you say in the future. As Zhou Kaiyun spoke, he secretly glanced at Mu Qinghe and scratched his head at Chu Liyue in embarrassment. Of course, that's when we're not wearing the black cavalry armor. Hee hee. When they wore the armor, they didn't have a name and only had the title, Black Cavalry. Obeying military orders was a soldier's duty. The Black Cavalry, especially the ones led by Mu Qinghe, had always been strict with military orders and followed them to the letter. But when they took off their armor, they were themselves. Those who could fight their way out of Dahuang's swamp were all iron-blooded good men. How could they not repay a favor? I, Jiang Mingshan, too. Me too. And Xinji. Anne. Voices rang out one after another. The deep and powerful voices reverberated, as if they wanted to tear apart this dark and cramped space. Chu Liyue felt something surging in her chest. She knew. She always knew. These people, she took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. I understand everyone's intentions. This is actually a small matter, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Those who need to recuperate, stay behind. The rest will go together. When this is over, we'll look for you again and return together. Chu Liyue pacified the soldiers with a few words. Those who should stay all consciously stood on the other side. As for the large group who were about to leave, after hearing Chu Liyue's words, they all stood together with high morale. Mu Qinghe looked at this scene and was secretly shocked. Chu Liyue and these soldiers had only just met, but she could already easily make them obey her. She seemed to have some kind of inexplicable aura that could make people unconsciously listen to her and do as she said. Honorable, dignified, but also full of affinity. Without batting an eyelid, she controlled the entire scene. She was like a natural superior. Even if she was only a teenage girl and came from an ordinary background, she did not feel the slightest bit out of place when commanding so many people. It was as if it was supposed to be like this. Mu Qinghe had fought her way up from the bottom, so she knew the temperament of these soldiers best. They had seen countless life and death situations. Their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were almost all tempered. On the surface, they looked well behaved, but in fact, they were very stubborn. Other than their generals, they would almost never listen to anyone else's orders. Even Shang Wanwan could not completely control the Black Cavalry. This was also another important reason why she insisted on bringing him this time. Only with Mu Qinghe would these people unconditionally obey Shang Wanwan's requests. But Chu Liyue, probably, it was still because she saved them today. Mu Qinghe thought silently in her heart. Looking at Chu Liyue's pure appearance, she felt that she was overthinking. These soldiers also understood that even if they wanted to repay Chu Liyue, they definitely could not use the name of the Black Cavalry. Otherwise, who would the Black Cavalry belong to? Perhaps she was really overthinking. Mu Qinghe suppressed these thoughts and moved forward with everyone. After the red flame disappeared, Shang Wanwan fell into deep fear and worry. Who was watching her? Who saw her? Who knew what she was doing? Previously, she thought that she would not be noticed by anyone if she stayed here, but now she knew that she was ridiculously wrong. She anxiously paced back and forth. With such a potentially dangerous existence, she really could not feel at ease. No. Now, I should recover my Yuan Meridian first. Just now, she had prepared for a long time and was about to attack the Black Cavalry, but she did not expect to be stopped. Now, she had to find them again. Her gaze turned sharp, and she attacked in another direction. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 731. Actually, there were still quite a number of people left who could do it. For example, the disciples from those sects were almost all extremely outstanding geniuses. Needless to say, the Daijing Yuan Meridian was middle grade or even high grade. Shang Wanwan checked around and quickly chose someone. The yuan meridian in her body had already recovered by more than half. She only needed a few more times to succeed. This made Shang Wanwan feel much more at ease. As long as she could complete this task, nothing else mattered. She licked her lips, and the dark green light in her eyes flashed again. However, she didn't know it herself. Just as she held her breath and was about to make a move, a strange sound suddenly came from behind her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately looked back vigilantly. At the same time, she waved her force. At this moment, her force had already turned into a light green color. It transformed into a sharp blade in mid-air and quickly swept over. Crack! The sound of something shattering was heard. She focused her eyes, and only then did she see that when the black swamp surged, a ghastly white skeletal hand had floated out. Her attack just now had directly cut off the hand bone. The mud churned and quickly swallowed the bone and disappeared. Phew! Shang Wanwan patted her chest and let out a breath with lingering fear. She thought that that thing had come to spy on her again. She turned around, intending to concentrate and do it again. A bright scarlet flame suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Ah! Shang Wanwan screamed and immediately retreated. At the same time, she set up the barrier again. However, this time, the red flame didn't come forward again. It just floated there quietly. However, this made Shang Wanwan even more flustered. As expected, someone was spying on her in the dark. She was flustered and furious. She immediately went forward to get rid of that thing. However, a rainbow-colored light flashed, and the flame disappeared again. It took another look. Shang Wanwan was so angry that her liver hurt. Her chest and abdomen were suffocating, as if they would explode in the next moment. The other party was extremely cunning, appearing so suddenly and disappearing so quickly that Shang Wanwan had no time to react, let alone do anything. Shang Wanwan was still angry for a while. She gritted her teeth and decided to solve the problem of her yuan meridian first. However, her state of mind had been completely disrupted by that ball of flame. Devouring energy to reconstruct the yuan meridian was an extremely exhausting task. Right now, Shang Wanwan's heart was in a mess, and her mind was in a mess. She couldn't do anything at all. She was so angry that she paced back and forth on the platform. The boots of the pure gold armor made a sound on the ground. Tap. 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 It was cold and crisp, but it also carried a trace of heavy pressure. Patter. Something seemed to have sunk. Shang Wanwan looked down, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. The bloodstains on the pure gold armor were slowly condensing into blood droplets before dripping onto the ground. That sound just now was the sound of blood dripping down from the arm that had accidentally rubbed against it. Shang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She then looked at her chest and realized that the situation was the same here. These were all intentionally or unintentionally done by her. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it, but now. Why does it seem like something is wrong? After the bloodstains dripped down, the pure gold armor was still clean and neat. It didn't look like it had been stained with blood before. Could it be that this pure gold armor is originally like this? Shang Wanwan muttered in a low voice. She had only seen Shang Wanyu wear this pure gold armor before. It was her first time wearing it, so she didn't know much about it. There were actually many traces of battle on it, but there were no bloodstains. Perhaps it was really because this pure gold armor wasn't stained with blood, Shang Wanwan thought to herself. When she thought that someone was secretly watching her, she became frustrated again. The other party was watching her so closely. Could it be that they had discovered something? And every time she wanted to try again, that fireball would suddenly appear. This made Shang Wanwan uneasy. She couldn't concentrate on repairing her yuan meridian. After a long time, she still didn't find anything. Just as Shang Wanwan was at her wit's end, the black rune in between her brows suddenly floated down and swayed in front of her eyes. Shang Wanwan's pupils shrank. A trace of deep fear flashed across the depths of her eyes. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the rune. Are you so useless? That voice was low and hoarse. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, but it instantly made Shang Wanwan's face turn pale. Who are you? A low laugh came from the rune, containing undisguised mockery. Don't you know who you relied on to be where you are today? Why, you don't want to admit it now? After her guess was confirmed, Shang Wanwan's face instantly turned even uglier. All along, she knew that there was a mysterious existence in her body. She had heard this voice before. But only twice. The first time was many years ago. It was also that time that made her want to kill Shang Guanyu. She had made up her mind to snatch everything from her. The other time was the night Shang Guanyu died. At that time, her Yuan meridian had been completely destroyed by Shang Guanyu. It was this voice that had appeared and told her how to restore her Yuan meridian. It was not that Shang Wanwan was not afraid. But she also yearned for Jianghu. She wanted to obtain power and authority. She wanted to obtain everything that Shang Guanyu once had. Therefore, she had always obeyed this voice. She didn't expect that it would appear in such a form today. Countless guesses flashed through Shang Wanwan's mind as she looked at the strange black rune. She tried her best to calm herself down, but her body was trembling violently. You. So it's really you. Please forgive me for not noticing it just now. Slap. It was as if an invisible hand had slapped Shang Wanwan hard on the face. The crisp sound of a slap instantly rang out. Shang Wanwan fell hard to the ground. Her helmet was also thrown off. Half of her face instantly became red and swollen. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. You're getting bolder by the day to play tricks in front of me. The voice in the rune was cold and sinister. Shang Wanwan struggled to stand up. I didn't slap. This time, it was the other half of her face that was slapped. Digression. 6 a.m. mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 732. Shang Wanwan fell heavily to the ground again. Her hairpin was knocked to the ground, and her hair was scattered messily. This time, she was hit until she saw stars and her vision turned black. She opened her mouth, and her lips and teeth were filled with a strong smell of blood. All she spat out was blood. Her entire face was numb. After a short pause, the intense pain surged up like a tide. But this was not as strong as the deep fear that suddenly erupted in her heart. She knew that this mysterious person was very strong, but she didn't know that he was so terrifying. She had been easily dealt with. One had to know that her current strength was almost at the early stage of a stage 8 warrior. But when the other party attacked, she didn't even have time to react. She could only be beaten. These two slaps completely made Shang Wanwan aware of the gap between her and the other party. Now, are you willing to tell the truth? That voice sounded faintly, like a demon's voice echoing in her ears. Shang Wanwan's heart trembled violently. She curled up and knelt with her head lowered. This junior knows her mistake. This time, she didn't dare to play any tricks. She could only obediently lower her head and admit her mistake. Please give this junior another chance. If you have any orders, this junior will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the past 2 years, Shang Wanwan had never knelt to anyone, let alone begging in such a humble tone. Father was in a coma, and she was the ruler of the Tianling dynasty. She was second only to one person and above all. So kneeling at this time made her feel quite ashamed in her heart. But she didn't dare not kneel. Her little life was in the other party's hands. If you had done this earlier, wouldn't there have been so much trouble? The black rune swayed gently and sneered. Shang Wanwan didn't dare to move. Your Yuan meridian has long been damaged by the Tianjing Yuan meridian. Logically speaking, it can't be repaired. It was me who gave you a chance to live. Now, the opportunity is in front of you, but you are so useless. You are indeed mud that can't support a wall. That person's tone was slow, but there was an air of superiority. Every word was very straightforward, not leaving any face for Sheng Wanwan. Sheng Wanwan's face turned red and white, but she didn't dare to refute. Senior, please guide me. Sheng Wanwan was not stupid. She knew that the other party must have come for her Yuan Meridian. Sure enough, the man continued. Your position has already been discovered. There's no point in running. You might as well make use of the time to heal your Yuan Meridian. After you find the target, I will help you set up a barrier so that no one will disturb you. As long as you stay calm, everything else is not a problem. Sheng Wanwan was a little hesitant. But, senior, there must be someone who knows what I'm doing now. If the news spreads, so what if I know? As long as you don't bump into them on the spot, no one can do anything to you. Don't forget who you are. She woke Sheng Wanwan up with a start. Her heart shook as she suddenly understood what was going on. That's right. She was the third princess of the Tianling dynasty. As long as no one saw her with their own eyes, who could force her to confess? If she was really exposed in the future, wouldn't it be fine if she denied it? When Sheng Wanyu died, the entire Tianling dynasty was shaken. Countless people suspected the cause of her death, and some people even almost found out that she and Jiang Yuqing were involved, but didn't they solve the problem safely in the end? Thank you for your advice, senior. No need to thank me. I have my own reasons for helping you. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you still can't do it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yes. Yes. Sheng Wanwan didn't dare to ask any more questions. She quickly sat cross-legged and began to look for a suitable person. The black rune floated back between her eyebrows. In fact, this process didn't feel anything, but Sheng Wanwan felt that there was something extra on her forehead, and it was very uncomfortable. She held her breath and closed her eyes. As she looked for someone, she thought to herself. This black rune. Actually, even she herself did not know when it had entered her body. All these years, other than the 2 times it took the initiative to speak, it almost didn't exist. Sheng Wanwan was vaguely worried, but she had always tried her best to ignore this matter and forget its existence. She didn't expect it to suddenly appear today. Moreover, it appeared in such a strange way. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, your fate will be even more miserable and pitiful than you can imagine. The voice sounded coldly in her mind. Sheng Wanwan shivered and responded. Then, she forced herself to retract her thoughts. The entire mystic forest, except for the area where the mother tree was, had completely collapsed. As a result, all the people who were trapped underground followed the black swamp and flowed towards them. Sheng Wanwan roughly checked and was suddenly surprised to find that the number of people she could sense was much less than before. It seemed that there were fewer people from the Black Cavalry and a small number of disciples from the sect. She felt a sense of suffocation in her chest. After wasting so much time just now, it was no wonder that there were fewer people. With so many people, there would definitely be people who could break free. Especially those who were in groups, their strength was extremely strong when they were united. If she didn't use some special methods, it would be difficult to keep them. Just like the 100 or so Black Cavalry from before, she had spent a lot of effort to trap them. She didn't expect that in the end. Sheng Wanwan took a deep breath and found a good target. It was those people from the Purple Shao Sword sect. What Sheng Wanwan didn't know was that during the period of time when she didn't do anything, Chu Luiyue and the others met several groups of people and gathered them all. Most of them were from the Black Cavalry, and a small number were disciples from the sect. Fortunately, other than one of the disciples from Dragon Teeth Mountain who had died, the rest were all found. Although they were all injured to different extents, they persevered and kept up after some simple treatment. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Zhu Hong. At that time, he was the first to discover that Mu Hongyu had left. He had planned to bring people to look for her, but something happened to Jiang Yuqing. He made a prompt decision and dragged everyone from Dragon Teeth Mountain together. When they fell into the swamp in the end, they were still together. It was only later that he was unable to hold on and split into two groups. However, the distance between them wasn't very far. Other than that, there were also disciples from Holy Flame Palace and Tianji Mansion who were found along the way. Roughly speaking, there were more than 300 people in this group, including a small number of people who had to stay in place because of their serious injuries. There were almost 400 people. Unknowingly, Chu Luiyue had become the backbone of the group. After all, only Chu Luiyue knew how to find the mastermind behind all of this. In addition, she had contracted a divine beast, which attracted countless envy and admiration from the crowd. Even Jianghu, who had the highest status, had a slightly inferior presence. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and looked ahead. There's someone ahead. I'll go take a look first. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 733. Everyone stopped in unison and waited for Chu Luiyue. Along the way, they were almost used to doing this. Chu Luiyue would take the lead to investigate whenever they encountered any situation. After confirming the specific problem, they would act according to Chu Luiyue's instructions. At first, some people weren't convinced. After all, Chu Luiyue's slender figure and overly beautiful face really didn't look like someone who could do such things. But after Chu Luiyue led them to avoid a few attacks and saved even more people, such doubts gradually disappeared. All of them followed obediently. Lei Laosi followed as usual. Chu Luiyue glanced sideways and smiled at him. Big brother Lei, you don't have to follow me every time. We're so close. Even if something really happens, I can handle it. Lei Laosi paused for a while before speaking in a low voice. It's always good just in case. Her Highness is capable. But in this world, an accident that can be predicted isn't an accident anymore. Back then, Her Highness was only one step away from becoming a Stage 9 warrior. How valiant was she? What happened in the end? She was still framed by a traitor and died in a sea of fire. Back then, the 13th Yu sect was too trusting of Her Highness, so others took advantage of her. Now that it happened again, they definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen a second time. Chu Luiyue looked at the stubborn Lei Laosi and felt warmth in her heart. Thank you, big brother Lei. Lei Laosi coughed uncomfortably. He looked up unintentionally and vaguely saw a few people. They looked like a few young people, and the one at the front looked a little familiar. Who is that? Chu Luiyue followed his line of sight and looked over. Then, she smiled. Isn't this Purple Shao Sword Sect Song Qingnian? There were 3 people beside him, and Yang Qin was one of them. At this time, Song Qingnian had just cut off the tree roots that wrapped around him and was about to help the others. When he heard the commotion, he immediately turned around vigilantly. Who is it? He first saw Lei Laosi in front and was secretly shocked. This unfamiliar man is extremely powerful. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Lei Laosi had already recognized Song Qingnian, but he still had to pretend that he didn't. He sized up Song Qingnian and sneered. You don't have to do this. If I want to attack you, none of you can stop me. Song Qingnian frowned and was about to speak when he saw Chu Luiyue walking up from behind him. Big brother Lei, I know these people. Don't scare them. Chu Luiyue said with a smile. Lei Laosi scoffed softly and crossed his arms, having no intention of helping at all. He had no interest in saving the people of the Purple Shao Sword Sect. Chu Luiyue. Why is it you? Song Qingnian was still wary of Lei Laosi, and his gaze toward Chu Luiyue was filled with doubt. She looked fine, as if she wasn't injured at all. He had sacrificed so many treasures and barely managed to hold on until now, but he still looked much worse than Chu Luiyue. There must be something wrong with her. Chu Luiyue's gaze swept across these people. Song Qingnian was still fine. Other than some bloodstains on his body, he was basically uninjured. After all, he was the young master of the Purple Shao sword sect, and he would have many protective treasures on him. The others, on the other hand, were a little more miserable. However, Yang Qin seemed to be fine too. Chu Luiyue suddenly recalled that Song Qingnian seemed to be hugging Yang Qin in his arms just now. She smiled. Young Master Song, don't worry. We were passing by here and came over after hearing the commotion. We didn't expect to meet you guys. We wanted to see if we could help, but it seems like we don't need to anymore. Song Qingnian sized up Chu Luiyue suspiciously and frowned. Help us? You? His words were filled with undisguised contempt. Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. Fine. Since he already said so, why should she stick her warm face to his cold butt? It seems like young Master Song doesn't think highly of us, so we won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. After Chu Luiyue finished speaking, she turned around and left decisively. Lei Laosi chuckled and immediately followed her. Her Highness's personality seemed to have changed a little compared to before. If it were in the past, Her Highness would at least talk more with Song Qingnian on account of the Purple Shao sword sect. But now, she turned around and left without saying anything. Awesome. Seeing that Chu Luiyue and Lei Laosi really left so decisively, Song Qingnian was stunned. What exactly does this mean? Looking at the two of them leaving, Song Qingnian frowned, and anger rose in his heart. A mere Chu Luiyue actually dared to throw such a look at me. My Purple Shao sword sect doesn't need anyone's help at all. Let alone Chu Luiyue. What a joke. Did she think that she could intimidate others just because she called an unknown powerful figure over? He retracted his gaze in disgust and pulled Yang Qin, who was closest to him, up before cutting off the tree roots on her body. Qin, you shouldn't be so weak. Is there something wrong with your body? Song Qingnian asked casually. Yang Qin's face tightened, and she instinctively moved her wrist back. As the surroundings were dark, Song Qingnian didn't see the change in her expression. No. Maybe I'm tired from the long journey? Also, I met a bottleneck in my cultivation recently, so... Song Qingnian didn't really suspect anything, so he believed her after hearing what she said. It's fine. With me around, I'll definitely protect you. Yang Qin looked at him gratefully and thanked him repeatedly. Song Qingnian was in a great mood from her admiring gaze, so he threw Chu Luiyue's matter to the back of his mind. Then, he made a move again, planning to pull the remaining two people up. We have to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. Before he finished speaking, a cold wind suddenly came from the darkness. Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Several thick tree roots were thrown towards the few of them at the same time. Song Qingnian knew that this was bad and immediately pulled Yang Qin into his arms. Then, he dodged backward. With his move, the remaining two people who hadn't been pulled out of the swamp were tightly entangled by the tree roots. Save, ugh. The short cry for help came to an abrupt end. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The tree roots actually wrapped around their necks and twisted violently. Their heads were tilted in a strange posture, and their eyeballs protruded. Not long after, they completely stopped breathing. Chu Luiyue turned around with a sharp gaze. She tapped her toes and immediately flew over. At the same time, she raised her wrist, and a ball of scarlet flames transformed into a fire whip, quickly wrapping around the tree roots. Dumpling. Chu Luiyue shouted. Dumpling's wings flapped, and a colorful stream of light flew out. It intertwined with the scarlet flames. The flames directly drilled into the tree roots and spread all the way. Ah! The boiling temperature caught Shangguan off guard, and she screamed. A ball of flames flew over. Swoosh! It actually directly penetrated the barrier and pounced towards Shangguan. Shangguan subconsciously injected her force into the pure gold armor. However, not only was the pure gold armor not activated, but it also repelled all her power. A look of deep shock flashed across Shang Wanwan's eyes. The pure gold armor, and it even had an owner. Digression, today is the last day of June. Those who have tickets, please don't forget to vote. The tickets will be voided tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience from love. Chapter 734. The shattered barrier instantly transformed into countless streams of light and condensed in front of Shang Wanwan again. At the same time, a black ripple rippled out from the rune in between Shang Wanwan's eyebrows. Quietly, it stuck to the enchantment. Buzz. A terrifying pressure spread out. Boom. The two forces collided together. That ball of flame was finally blocked outside. However, the barrier was also shaking violently, as though it would shatter at any time. Shang Wanwan's face was filled with fear. Just now, she truly felt the surging and terrifying power contained in that ball of flame. If that attack really landed on her body, she was afraid that. Shang Wanwan looked at the pure gold sacred armor on her body and paused for a moment. Then, as though she had gone crazy, she quickly took off the pure gold sacred armor. Her actions were very fast. There was a trace of deep fear in her anger. She didn't even care that her hair and clothes were messed up. Bang! Shang Wanwan threw the pure gold sacred armor on the ground. As though she was afraid of something, she took 2 steps back. However, her eyes were still staring at it. Her eyes were cold and ruthless with raging anger. It was as though she wanted to burn a hole in the pure gold sacred armor. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shang Wanwan muttered to herself. Her face was green and white. Her chest was heaving up and down violently as she panted heavily. She clenched her fists tightly. Her nails dug deep into her palms and blood dripped down. However, how could she care about that at this moment? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It was as though her head was going to explode. The pure gold sacred armor used to belong to Shang Wanyu. After Shang Wanyu died, the pure gold sacred armor became an ownerless item. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, anyone could activate the pure gold sacred armor as long as they poured their force into it. However, just now, when Shang Wanwan wanted to do so, she was shocked to find that her force couldn't be poured into the pure gold sacred armor. Didn't this mean that the pure gold armor still had an owner? No, it can't be. She's already dead. How could it be? Shang Wanwan's lips trembled. She kept comforting herself, but her heart was still beating violently. Thinking about the situation just now, she couldn't calm down no matter how hard she tried, let alone convince herself. The pure gold armor lay quietly on the ground. It was exactly the same as when Shang Wanwan first took it out. There was nothing wrong with it. Shang Wanwan stared at him, her expression changing. No, Shang Wanyu was definitely dead back then. His physical body had perished, and his soul had dispersed. She had seen it with her own eyes. There was no way she was still alive. Thinking of this, Shang Wanwan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Could it be, because the last bit of origin power in her body hadn't fully recovered? She turned her head to take a look. The few tree roots that he had sent out earlier had all been burned. It wasn't easy for him to find the right opportunity to kill the 2 purple Shao sword sect disciples. However, before he could devour their strength, he had already. Shang Wanwan was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. This person definitely did it on purpose. And this ball of fire, she looked at the ball of fire coldly and resentfully. In the center of the red flame, there was a gorgeous colorful stream of light that was also dancing. It seemed to be monitoring and also provocation. You guessed right. This is indeed Chu Liuyue's power. That hoarse voice sounded again. Shang Wanwan's heart sank. She couldn't help but frown. But the power contained in it is clearly stronger than Chu Liyue. I'm not done yet. That voice lazily interrupted Shang Wanwan. Other than her, there's also the red-tailed red phoenix, which is the 9-colored heavenly pheasant that was about to break through at the beginning. What? Shangguan widened her eyes in shock. You mean, the 9-colored heavenly pheasant has successfully broken through to become a red-tailed red phoenix, and Chu Luiyue was able to move together with the red-tailed red phoenix. It was self-evident what it meant. This Chu Luiyue's luck isn't ordinary. A divine beast like the red-tailed red phoenix is extremely arrogant. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't form a contract with a human. Especially with a mere stage 5 warrior. That voice had a layer of coldness. It was obvious that it was also very surprised by this matter. You worked so hard, but in the end, it was all for someone else. These words were full of ridicule. Shangguan was already in deep shock. Being ridiculed like this made her feel even worse. Her hatred for Chu Luiyue also deepened. She had only jumped down to repair her Yuan meridian. How long had it been? Yet, Chu Luiyue had taken the initiative. Divine beast. That was a real divine beast. She hadn't even seen it before. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luiyue had already formed a contract with it. Bitch. It's useless to say this now. Even if a divine beast's soul is destroyed, it won't recognize a second master. You don't have to think about this anymore. Besides, Chu Luiyue has probably guessed what you're doing now. The most important thing now is to repair your Yuan meridian and leave this place. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Shangguan suppressed the resentment in her heart with great difficulty. However, deep in her heart, she was still brooding over this matter. The black patterns on the barrier suddenly scattered. Like a drop of ink dripping into water, the entire barrier was quickly dyed black. Shangguan's figure was gradually covered by the barrier. She thought to herself. Chu Luiyue must be with the people from the Purple Shao Sword sect now. Since that was the case, she could just find someone else to attack. She didn't believe that Chu Luiyue could really stop her. Shangguan sat cross-legged with her hands on her knees. Unconsciously, she glanced at the pure gold armor lying quietly on the ground again. Uneasiness rose in her heart. When she was fully recovered, she must take the pure gold armor for herself. The black runes fluttered gently. An invisible ripple flew towards the ball of flame. Boom! The flame exploded. Even the roots of the tree were blasted away by the explosion. Chu Luiyue quickly retreated. Dumpling flapped her wings, and a hurricane suddenly appeared. All of the chaotic energy was blocked. After a series of explosions, the entire space finally quieted down. Chu Luiyue frowned. Someone was helping Shangguan. Unfortunately, the other party acted too quickly. She couldn't see it clearly. The key was that this person was extremely powerful. Even Lei Laosi might not be the other party's match. When did Shangguan have such a mysterious and powerful helper? A sobbing sound came from behind. Chu Luiyue turned around. Yang Qin was covering her face and crying in front of the 2 disciples who were already dead. She seemed to be very sorrowful. It's all my fault. Senior brother, you shouldn't have saved me first. Song Qingnian was also upset because of the loss of these 2 disciples, but when he heard Yang Qin crying like that, his heart immediately ached. How can I blame you? You were the closest to me back then. Who else should I save if not you? Yang Qin sobbed as she looked at him pitifully and innocently with her red eyes. If Miss Chu had taken action earlier, perhaps it would have been different. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 735. Upon hearing that, Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows and turned around. Miss Yang, what do you mean by that? Yang Qin glanced at Chu Luiyue. Her heart skipped a beat when she met his dark jade-like eyes. She quickly looked away as if she was on fire. She took half a step back, as if she was frightened by Chu Liuyue's appearance. "Miss Chu, don't misunderstand. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean anything else. These two senior brothers are extremely outstanding disciples of the Purple Shao Sword sect. It's a pity that they died like this. I'm blaming myself. If I had insisted on asking you for help just now, all of this might not have happened." When Chu Luyue heard this, she looked nonchalant, and her lips curved up into a cold smile. He thought that Yang Qin would be more obedient after the previous incident. He didn't expect her to still be able to distort the truth and not distinguish right from wrong. However, Song Qingnian listened to him. He patted Yang Qin's shoulder gently and comforted her softly. "Qin, you can't be blamed for this. This matter has nothing to do with you at all. Don't blame yourself anymore, okay?" After saying that, he looked at Chu Luyue. The gentle expression on his face instantly turned cold. His eyes and nose were no longer his eyes and his eyes were no longer his nose. "Chu Luyue, Qin's words are not without reason. Since you can get rid of those tree roots so easily, why didn't you take action until the two of them were hanged? I think you did it on purpose." Yang Qin had once unintentionally mentioned that she had unintentionally offended Chu Luyue. Because the Purple Shao Sword sect and the Chongshu Pavilion had always disliked each other, Chu Luyue had intentionally or unintentionally made things difficult for her several times. Recently, Chu Luyue had become famous in Xiling City, and Song Qingnian couldn't stand it. Coupled with Yang Qin's nonsense, he was even more disgusted with Chu Luyue. Therefore, at this moment, he directly pushed all the blame onto Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue was so angry that he laughed. "If I remember correctly, I was the one who offered to help at first, but I was rejected by you. Why is it my fault now? Young Master Song, don't tell me you've already forgotten what you said at the beginning?" Song Qingnian choked, and his face quickly turned red. At that time, he didn't put Chu Luyue in his eyes at all, which was why he said that. Who knew that Chu Luyue was actually so powerful? There were a total of 10 people from the Purple Shao Sword sect. 2 of them had already died, and now another 2 had died. Other than him and Yang Qin, the rest of them were still missing. There was no trace of them. Even if Song Qingnian had a noble status, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He was the one who had brought people there, and all of them were disciples with the most potential in the Purple Shao Sword sect. Now that there were so many casualties, he didn't know how to explain it when he returned. This resentment was naturally vented on Chu Luyue. "Chu Luyue, those who were dragged down here were more or less injured, but you were the only one who was unharmed. You know better than anyone else what exactly is going on here. You knew that the situation was dangerous, but you still chose to stand by and watch. If you really wanted to save them, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now?" Chu Luyue was secretly sighing at Song Qingnian's increasing ability to pester endlessly when he heard Lei Laosi scolding him. "What the f***ck are you spouting?" Just as Song Qingnian was speaking confidently, he shuddered after being yelled at by Lei Laosi and forcefully swallowed the rest of his words. He looked at Lei Laosi angrily and embarrassedly. "Why you, who was he?" He had never been insulted like this to his face. It was extremely unpleasant. Extremely humiliating. Saving you is kindness, not saving you is my duty. We came over with good intentions, and it's fine if you don't appreciate it. In the end, you still want to blame us? If you're so capable, why don't you save them yourself? Aren't they all from your Purple Shao Sword sect? What has it got to do with us? Don't think that I can't tell. You were clearly at the same distance as those people just now. It's just that you're selfish and dirty, so you saved this one first. I heard that you're the Purple Shao Sword sect's young master. Ha! If the Purple Shao Sword sect's people knew that their young master abandoned his disciple for a woman, I wonder how they would react. Lei Laosi scolded Song Qingnian like a cannonball. Chu Luyue touched his nose. Back then, Lei Laosi was a rather refined and elegant young master. He didn't expect his appearance to change now, and his ability to scold people had also improved. Song Qingmian was scolded until he couldn't refute at all, and he was so angry that he trembled. It couldn't be helped since Lei Laosi was stronger than him. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't brainless at all. If they offended Lei Laosi here, who knew if they could still get out? After scolding Song Qingmian, Lei Laosi looked at Yang Qin. And you? Yang Qin cowered and hid behind Song Qingmian. Why are you hiding? Lei Laosi didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He only knew that anyone who offended Her Highness had to die. You don't look old, but you're really good at sowing discord. If your mouth doesn't know how to speak, I'll sew it up for you. Yang Qin was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her mouth and hid behind Song Qingmian. She didn't dare to make a sound, and only her tears fell. She hugged Song Qingmian's arm and shivered as though she was terrified. If it were any other time, Song Qingmian would definitely stand up for her. But not now. He was just forcing himself to stand there, so how could he care about Yang Qin? Chu Luiyue looked at the two of them in such a sorry state and wasn't interested at all. They were just things that weren't presentable. Now, the person I'm most worried about is still Shang Wanwan. With someone helping, I can't freely investigate Shang Wanwan's situation anymore. Shang Wanwan. I'm afraid she's really going to recover her Yuan Meridian. A series of footsteps was heard. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that it was actually Jiang Yucheng and the rest. It turned out that they stayed here for too long and didn't go back. The people behind were anxious from waiting, so they simply came together. Seeing Jiang Yucheng in front, Song Qingmian immediately seemed to have found a backer. Yucheng. He and Jiang Yucheng were close in age, and their family backgrounds weren't bad. Thus, they had always been in contact. Jiang Yucheng's gaze first landed on Chu Luiyue. After confirming that she was fine, his heart relaxed slightly before he looked at Song Qingmian. Qingmian, so it's you guys. What happened? Why are you in such a sorry state? Song Qingmian hurriedly went forward and walked to Jiang Yucheng's side. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered Lei Laosi at the side and hurriedly lowered his voice. Yucheng, you guys must be careful of Chu Luiyue. She has a problem. Jiang Yucheng's expression changed slightly. Oh. Song Qingmian continued. Her relationship with that man is unclear. Just now, she even threatened Qin and me. That's strange. The two of them previously said that they would come over to take a look. Logically speaking, they wouldn't do such a thing. How could Jiang Yucheng not guess Song Qingmian's thoughts? If it were in the past, he might still have the patience to feign civility with him. But now, hearing that Chu Luiyue was being slandered, he was very unhappy. He looked at Chu Luiyue. Luyu, are you okay? Chu Luiyue's face turned cold, and her stomach churned. Digression, I couldn't sleep yesterday, added at 6:00 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 736. This was the first time Jiang Yucheng called her this, and Chu Luiyue spent a lot of effort to control her expression. What's wrong with this fellow? However, Song Qingmian at the side was greatly shocked. Yucheng, why you just called her? Jiang Yucheng looks gentle and polite, but he's actually very arrogant. Especially now that his status is different, it's even harder for normal people to get close to him. But now, he actually called Chu Luiyue so intimately. When did the relationship between the two of them become so close? Jiang Yucheng glanced at Song Qingmian and smiled lightly as he explained, oh, right. You probably don't know, but when I met with danger previously, I relied on Luyu to help me escape. Speaking of which, I owe her half my life. Mu Qinghe and the rest had all seen this scene with their own eyes, so they naturally wouldn't refute him. As for the rest, they had more or less accepted Chu Luiyue's help, so they couldn't thank her enough, let alone say anything. Song Qingmian was completely dazed. At the side, Yang Qin widened her eyes in shock, and she even forgot to cry. "What you're saying? Chu Luiyue saved you?" asked Song Qingnian in disbelief. Jiang Yuqing nodded and pointed at the crowd behind him. Actually, for the people behind to be able to come out, almost all of them helped. Chu Luiyue's abilities alone are limited, so she naturally can't take on everything. However, no one could deny that she had played the most crucial role in this process. Song Qingnian looked behind him in a daze. Only then did he see the dense mass of people. At a rough glance, there were at least 300 to 400 people. All of this. Chu Luiyue helped. Song Qingnian's heart suffered a huge impact, and he didn't dare to believe it. But the person who said this was Jiang Yuqing, so he had no choice but to believe it. Recalling Chu Luiyue's swift and decisive manner, Song Qingnian gradually recovered his senses. It seems like. Chu Luiyue really has some abilities, not to mention that Lei Laosi, he's very capable, but he seems to listen to Chu Luiyue a lot. With his help, it doesn't seem impossible that Chu Luiyue could do all of this. As for why she's safe and sound, that's because she wasn't swept down from the start, and she only came down when we wanted to find one. Jiang Yuqing gave a simple explanation of the situation with just a few words. He said it calmly, but it was like a stone smashed into Song's heart. At this moment, he finally understood how laughable the words he'd said earlier were. In front of Jiang Yuqing, no. I've become a joke in everyone's eyes. Song Qingnian hurriedly glanced around, and as expected, he discovered that many people were looking at him with unfriendly gazes. Most of them were actually blackguards. Whispers could be heard. "Miss Chu is very warm-hearted. She has been helping people along the way. She won't attack anyone, right?" "I think so, too." Purple Shao Sword Sect. I remember that they wanted to find trouble with Miss Chu at Pingliang Square previously. I'm afraid the bad guys are making the first move. These people didn't speak loudly, but the space was dim and narrow, so any sound could be heard clearly. Song Qingnian was extremely embarrassed and felt as if there was a dagger at his back. Jiang Yuqing smiled. "Qingnian, it seems like you misunderstood something." Song Qingnian's breath was stuck in his chest. After an intense internal struggle, he finally accepted his fate and clenched his teeth. Probably, just as he wanted to brush this matter aside, Lei Laosi crossed his arms and spoke lazily. "You think it's over with just a misunderstanding? You criticized us quite a bit just now, right? Now that things are clear, you don't intend to apologize?" Who did Song Qingnian apologize to? But in this situation, he didn't seem to have a second choice. He could only brace himself and speak to Chu Luiyue. "Sorry." It was just a short word, but it seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Lei Laosi dug his ears. "What did you say? You're too soft. I didn't hear you." Song Qingnian took a deep breath and could only raise his voice. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you guys." Then, the veins on his forehead could be faintly seen. Yang Qin was originally hiding behind him, hugging his arm and grabbing his hand with both hands. Song Qingnian used so much strength that he actually subconsciously held Yang Qin's hand tightly. Her expression changed, and she almost shouted out in pain. Her hand bones were about to be crushed. Chu Luiyue watched this scene as if he was watching a show. Although she was a little surprised that Jiang Yuqing spoke up for her, she didn't feel anything in her heart and even felt a little nauseous. However, since Jiang Yuqing admitted that he owed her a favor, then, it would be a waste if she didn't accept it. Mu Qinghe took 2 steps forward and pointed in a certain direction. "I heard some commotion over here just now. Is it because of those 2 people?" Chu Luiyue followed his finger and looked over. He was referring to the 2 people who died just now. "That's right." Chu Luiyue nodded and briefly explained what had happened. Of course, it was inevitable that she would mention that she wanted to help, but was rejected by Song Qingnian. Chu Luiyue spoke casually as if he did not take it to heart. However, to everyone's ears, they felt that Song Qingnian did not know what was good for him. He actually had the cheek to complain about Chu Luiyue just now. Although no one said anything, they all felt some disdain for Song Qingnian in their hearts. Song Qingnian felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. This was the first time he felt so embarrassed in front of these people. If not for the fact that he was worried about encountering more danger, he would have left immediately. Yang Qin gently tugged at his sleeve and said softly. Only then did Song Qingnian let go of her hand. Yang Qin's wrist was almost broken. She looked down nervously and saw that there seemed to be a red bloodstain on her sleeve. She was shocked and immediately wanted to bandage it. The other party seems to have become stronger than before. We have to hurry. Upon hearing this, Yang Qin's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly said hesitantly, "Are you looking for the person controlling the tree branch? I remember that the tree root flew from that direction." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed in a direction. It was dark all around, and no one knew what she was pointing at. Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. Really? Yang Qin nodded timidly. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes and was about to speak when she suddenly felt an itch by her ear. She turned to look at Dumpling, only to see Dumpling flying straight ahead. Target, Yang Qin. Chu Luiyue found it strange. She was about to ask Dumpling to come back when Dumpling flew over Yang Qin's head. Yang Qin was frightened and screamed. She retreated in a hurry, but Dumpling flapped her wings and she fell. "Don't touch me!" She shouted in panic, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her wrist. Rip, half of her sleeve was torn off. A terrifying scarlet wound on her wrist was exposed in front of everyone. A strong smell of blood suddenly erupted. It was extremely similar to the smell of the tree root. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 737. Everything happened too quickly. When the wound on her wrist tore open again, Yang Qin knew it was bad. Song Qingnian originally wanted to help her up, but his expression changed slightly when he smelled the smell. "Qin, what happened to you?" A fierce look flashed across Yang Qin's eyes. Without another word, she turned and fled. Her speed was actually much faster than the realm she had displayed before. Dumpling immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the opposite side of Yang Qin. It flapped its wings. A scarlet flame suddenly flew out and condensed into a barrier in the air. Yang Qin was caught off guard. By the time she discovered the flame boundary in front of her, it was already too late to stop. In a panic, she could only throw out a wave of force, wanting to use the rebound force to avoid the flame. However, the flame spread extremely quickly. Yang Qin had just turned around when she realized that she was completely trapped in a cage formed by flames. The scorching heat roasted her, and her entire body was burning. She clenched her teeth and set up a boundary around herself. However, how could her boundary resist the power of a divine beast like Dumpling? Not long later, her boundary began to shake as if it would explode at any time. Chu Luiyue quickly rushed over. Yang Qin's thoughts flashed, and she looked at Song Qingnian with tears in her eyes. "Senior brother Qingnian, save me." Song Qingnian was also secretly puzzled. However, when he saw Yang Qin's tortured appearance, he felt pity for her. He hurriedly said to Chu Luiyue, who had just rushed over. "Chu Luiyue, hurry up and have your magical beast release her. If this goes on, Qin won't be able to take it." However, Chu Luiyue acted as if she didn't hear him and walked straight to the cage formed by flames. Song Qingnian was anxious. Without thinking, he reached out to pull Chu Luiyue. "You didn't listen to what I said." Chu Luiyue suddenly turned her head and looked over. Song Qingnian's movements suddenly paused. The young girl in front of him had a cold expression, and her gaze was as sharp as a knife. However, this cold and indifferent gaze made him feel a deep chill from the bottom of his heart. Song Qingnian's hand froze in mid-air, but he couldn't continue to reach forward. Chu Luiyue seemed to be even more difficult to provoke than he thought. While he was in a daze, Chu Luiyue had already retracted her warning gaze and looked at Yang Qin with a cold expression. "What's with the injury on your wrist?" Yang Qin and turned her head. "I was just accidentally scratched by a tree root." "It's nothing, oh?" Chu Luiyue asked faintly. "Then, the smell just now was also accidentally contaminated by it?" "That's strange. That smell just now. It seems to be coming from your wound. That was definitely not a normal bloody smell." That smell was exactly the same as the smell she had when she had cut open the roots. This could only mean that Yang Qin's body had also devoured the power of these roots. But how did she do it? Even Jiang Yucheng and the rest avoided these tree roots, but Yang Qin was the exact opposite. Yang Qin clenched her teeth. She wanted to defend herself, but Chu Luiyue stared at her as if she could see through everything. At such a time, no matter what she said, it would be like a joke. Seeing that Yang Qin didn't say anything, Song Qingyan panicked. "Qin, what exactly is going on?" She was clearly still trapped in the entanglement of those tree roots just now, so why? But Yang Qin refused to say anything. Chu Luiyue pondered for a while and suddenly took a step forward. Lei Laosi followed her worriedly. Chu Luiyue turned to look at him and shook his head gently. "I'll ask her. Don't worry." Lei Laosi could only stop. But everyone, including him, was staring at Chu Luiyue closely. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes, and a guess flashed across her mind. Previously, there was a period of time when Yang Qin seemed to be quite close to Sheng Guanwan, and she would even cook porridge for Sheng Guanwan. Back then, Chu Luiyue felt that something was amiss. As the third princess, Sheng Guanwan had someone to take care of everything in the palace. Since when did she lack someone to cook porridge for her? Sheng Guanwan said that she got along well with Yang Qin, so she let her stay in the palace for a few more days. But even a fool wouldn't believe this. What was even stranger was that those days were actually when Yang Qin testified that Chu Luiyue took away the Long Yuan sword and was proven to be false. According to Sheng Guanwan's temper, not only did she not punish Yang Qin but she even kept her by her side. Chu Luiyue opened her mouth slightly and said something silently. As her back was facing the crowd, only Yang Qin saw her words. "Sheng Guanwan used your Yuan meridian, didn't she?" Yang Qin widened her eyes in shock as if she had seen a ghost. They had done this very secretly. How could Chu Luiyue have guessed it? Seeing Yang Qin's reaction, Chu Luiyue was instantly certain of her guess. As expected, Sheng Guanwan had already made a move on Yang Qin from then on. It was normal for her to want to do this, but why would Yang Qin agree? Could it be that she was forced by Sheng Guanwan's power? Chu Luiyue still remembered Yang Qin's expression when she delivered the porridge. It didn't seem like she was forced. Moreover, after such a long time, other than Yang Qin's body becoming weaker, she didn't seem to be affected much in other aspects. Looking at the strength she displayed just now, she didn't seem weak. Chu Luiyue's gaze landed on the wound on Yang Qin's wrist. Suddenly, her gaze froze. The strength in Yang Qin's body actually came from Sheng Guanwan. Although I don't know what method the two of them used, I can be sure that Yang Qin's strength would become stronger along with Sheng Guanwan's strength. Then, Sheng Guanwan might already know the situation here. Chu Luiyue retreated without hesitation. Yang Qin suddenly looked up and sneered. "Want to escape? It's too late." A black rune suddenly flashed across her glabella and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, her aura started to surge. Qin Yi's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Retreat. She's going to self-destruct." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already rushed towards Chu Luiyue. Lei Laosi also sensed that something was amiss and immediately ran. However, the two of them were still one step too late. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A turbulent and violent energy spread out in all directions. In an instant, flames filled the sky. When Yang Qing's physical body was destroyed, a black ripple appeared in the air. A strong suction force came from inside. It instantly swallowed Chu Luyue. Her figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Yu. Ms. Chu. Everyone exclaimed in unison. The moment Yang Qing self-destructed, Dumpling instantly flew over and blocked in front of Chu Luyue. The next moment, Chu Luyue felt her vision turn black, and she was instantly dragged into darkness by some force. However, just as she was about to retaliate, she suddenly realized that the violent force was isolated outside. A barrier was emitting a lustrous glow, protecting her within it. Chu Luyue blinked. Crystal barrier? Why did it come out by itself before I could even move? Digression, there's only one more chapter left. I feel embarrassed to keep everyone waiting. I'll update it tomorrow at noon. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Web. Chapter 738. Just as Chu Luyue had this question in her heart, she saw a light spot appear in front of her. The surrounding space began to squeeze towards her. Chu Luyue's expression was slightly restrained as she circulated the force in her body. The next moment, the light in front of her brightened up. Almost at the same time, the crystal barrier suddenly transformed into countless streams of light and silently entered Chu Luyue's body. Chu Luyue was shocked. Just as she was about to take a closer look, she suddenly felt that her entire body was pulled out of the narrow and cramped space. Her body staggered, and it took her a lot of effort to stand firm. Chu Luyue quickly glanced around. The surroundings were constantly surging black swamps. The smell of blood and decay was almost suffocating. She could vaguely see many mutilated corpses. There were countless dancing tree roots above. They were of different thicknesses, but all of them were scarlet in color. Under her feet was a cold and hard stone platform. Chu Luyue's eyes moved slightly. It was almost all swamps below. The existence of this platform was particularly special. If she guessed correctly, this should be, "It's really you." A sarcastic and cold voice came from behind her. Chu Luyue couldn't be more familiar with this voice. She turned around. A woman was standing in front of her. There was a faint black barrier around her, blurring her face and figure. However, Chu Luyue could still see at a glance that it was Sheng Wanwan. Next to her feet, there was something. Chu Luyue looked over, and her pupils shrank slightly. That was her pure gold armor. Without a doubt, it was brought by Sheng Wanwan. Sheng Wanwan had already taken everything that once belonged to her. How could she let go of the pure gold armor? It was just that looking at it now was a little strange. The pure gold armor was extremely noble. In the entire Tianling dynasty, there was probably no other armor that could compare to it. Logically speaking, Sheng Wanwan should value this thing very much. Now, it was just casually placed on the ground. There seemed to be some messy bloodstains on the ground beside it. Chu Luyue calmly withdrew his gaze and looked at Sheng Wanwan. "You've been peeping in the dark. Did you enjoy watching?" Sheng Wanwan asked sarcastically. Chu Luyue raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that Sheng Wanwan had already guessed that she was the one who had done those things before. The corners of Chu Luyue's lips curled into a faint smile. "Third princess, you've misunderstood. I wasn't spying on you. I was just helping everyone find you. Previously, I only took a quick glance and was unable to determine your location. I didn't expect to come here directly this time. If eldest young Master Jiang and the others knew that I had found you, they would be very happy." Sheng Wanwan didn't want to listen to a single word Chu Luyue said, and she wouldn't believe it either. "Are you threatening me?" Sheng Wanwan's expression was cold. It was fine if it was Jiang Yucheng, but the others definitely couldn't know that she was here, let alone what she was doing. Third princess, why do you say that? I'm just an ordinary person. How can I threaten you? As Chu Luiyue spoke, he glanced around unintentionally. Ever since you disappeared, we've been very worried. For this reason, we didn't hesitate to try our best to barge in and even encountered many dangers. Many sect disciples and black cavalry were entangled by those tree roots. Their deaths were really tragic. It's great that you're safe and sound. Sheng Wanwan stared at Chu Luiyue and was silent for a while. Then, she suddenly sneered. In the silent and cold space, this sound seemed particularly abrupt and cold. Chu Luiyue, you don't have to feign civility in front of me. You know better than anyone how you came here. Yang Qin is already dead. What's the point of saying this? Hearing this, Chu Luiyue's expression faded. It seems like the third princess has admitted that Yang Qin's injuries and death are related to you. She should have died long ago. It's already her blessing that I let her stay for a few more days. At this point, Sheng Wanwan was very clear that Chu Luiyue had probably guessed many things. Therefore, she directly brought Chu Luiyue over and laid her cards on the table. But you. This is the divine beast you just contracted? Sheng Wanwan looked at Dumpling, who was on Chu Luiyue's shoulder. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. If it wasn't for Chu Luiyue, this divine beast would have been hers. What a pity, Sheng Wanwan muttered softly, her face filled with dense killing intent. It was a pity that this divine beast had already been contracted and couldn't recognize a new master. So, she could only kill it together with her. It wasn't easy for a divine beast to appear in the world. In the end, not only could she not take it for herself, she even had to take its life. Sheng Wanwan's hatred for Chu Luiyue deepened. Dumpling seemed to be a little agitated. Chu Luiyue patted its head gently and comforted it in her heart. When she discovered that Yang Qin might be colluding with Sheng Wanwan, she had already expected this situation. Since Sheng Wanwan dared to say these words so brazenly, it was obvious that she didn't intend to let her leave alive. But Sheng Wanwan wanted her life. It wasn't that easy. I remember that you also have a Daijing Yuan meridian, and your grade isn't low? Sheng Wanwan sized up Chu Luiyue, her eyes filled with undisguised greed and excitement. Now, she only needed a little bit of strength to completely restore her Yuan meridian. Maybe Chu Luiyue could complete it. After all, Chu Luiyue's strength had always been much stronger than the realm she displayed. Plus, she had a divine beast. Chu Luiyue smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. It seems that the third princess is very interested in my Yuan meridian. Sheng Wanwan couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. It's your honor to be able to serve me. Sheng Wanwan raised her hand and waved it forward. A dark blue origin power flew out in an instant. It went straight for Chu Luiyue. At the same time, countless tree roots flew over from all directions. Whoosh, Dumpling's body flashed, and she instantly transformed into her true form. She flapped her huge wings, and scarlet flames surged out. All the tree roots were easily brushed away and were tainted by the scarlet flames. In an instant, the flames soared into the sky. The surrounding darkness was dispelled. It was as bright as day. A violent wind blew. It was oppressive. Sheng Wanwan clenched her fists tightly, and her heart was filled with hatred. Even though there was a barrier in front of her, she could still feel the terrifying power of the attacks. The power of a divine beast was so shocking. No wonder Chu Luiyue was so bold. With this red-tailed phoenix, she didn't even need to do anything herself. The huge figure entrenched itself above Chu Luiyue's head, carefully protecting her under its wings. The surrounding flames shone brightly on Chu Luiyue's face and body. Sheng Wanwan gritted her teeth and glared at her. Chu Luiyue's expression was indifferent. When she met Sheng Wanwan's resentful and jealous gaze, she suddenly smiled. Sheng Wanwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That smile, those eyes, that expression, it was very similar to the person who was wrapped in flames in the Imperial Ancestral Hall that day. Shang Wanwan unconsciously took half a step back, extremely shocked. You, who exactly are you? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 739. Everything was like the scene from that day. It was like a nightmare. Shang Wanwan's body was trembling and her face was pale. Chu Luiyue smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Me? I'm Chu Luiyue. How can third princess not recognize me? Her tone was light, as if she was teasing her. Shang Wanwan took a deep breath and kept telling herself in her heart that this was Chu Luiyue. This was Chu Luiyue. But, the firelight reflected on her beautiful face, making it half bright and half dark. It was very similar to Shang Guanyu. Chu Luiyue took a step forward and seemed a little worried. Third princess, what's wrong? Don't come over. Don't come over. Shang Guanwan screamed. At the same time, she hurriedly stepped back and accidentally fell to the ground. Chu Luiyue stopped and stood there, quietly looking at Shang Wanwan with a smile. For a moment, she seemed to be high and mighty. Shang Wanwan looked at Chu Luiyue, her heart beating wildly. Chu Luiyue stood there and looked down at her, as if she had done it countless times. Shang Wanwan's face burned. It was too embarrassing for her to be in such a sorry state. Chu Luiyue was Chu Luiyue. Who else could she be? No one knew better than her that Shang Guanyu was dead. He was completely and utterly dead. There was no chance of her coming back to life. An illusion, these were all illusions. Shang Wanwan forced herself to stand up. The way she looked at Chu Luiyue gradually became fierce. Even if Chu Luiyue didn't discover all this today and didn't barge in, she definitely wouldn't let her stay for long. Her face alone was enough to kill her 10,000 times. Yes. Chu Luiyue. You're Chu Luiyue. Shang Wanwan said hatefully. No one knew who she was repeating it to. Chu Luiyue looked at her with interest. Shang Wanwan's reaction was really interesting. Chu Luiyue originally thought that Shang Wanwan was full of hatred for her and would be very happy after killing her back then. But now, it wasn't that she wasn't guilty and afraid. Chu Luiyue was suddenly curious. If Shang Wanwan knew that she was really Shang Guanyu, what would her expression be? No matter who you are, you deserve to die. Shang Wanwan's heart was filled with anger and fear. Even though she kept convincing herself in her heart that this person was Chu Luiyue. However, countless scenes from the past appeared in the past. The intense emotions caused her facial features to distort. A black aura was faintly discernible between her brows, and there was a faint green light in her eyes. From afar, she looked like a malicious spirit. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Just now, she was a little puzzled. When did Shang Wanwan's force turn green? She didn't expect that there would be flames of the same color dancing in her eyes now. It looked very strange. Could it be that she had used a special method to devour other people's yuan meridians? Shang Wanwan attacked again. This time, she used almost all of her strength. The berserk power carried a terrifying pressure as it came crashing down. The space around Chu Luiyue was instantly compressed. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on her body, and even the flow of the force in her body slowed down. At this moment, Shang Wanwan's strength had definitely reached rank 8. Although Chu Luiyue had already broken through to rank 5, there was still a huge gap between her and Shang Wanwan. Dumpling let out a clear cry. Screech, a ball of red flames instantly condensed into a barrier, protecting Chu Luiyue in the middle. At the same time, it flapped its wings and several feathers flew out. They were like sharp swords that pierced towards Shang Wanwan. Thud thud thud. The feathers that emitted a gorgeous glow and carried a powerful aura, fiercely hitting the black barrier in front of Shang Wanwan. The black barrier trembled. Shang Wanwan gritted her teeth. It would be difficult to devour Chu Liuyue's power in a short period of time. That crimson gold pill phoenix by her side was seriously too powerful. The most important thing for her now was to recover her Yuan Meridian. She asked in her heart, "Senior, do you have a way to deal with that divine beast?" After a moment, a hoarse voice lazily sounded. "I can help you stall that red gold phoenix for half an hour. Whether you can kill Chu Liyue or not will depend on your ability." "Thank you, Senior." Sheng Wanwan was overjoyed. As long as there was no interference from that divine beast, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with Chu Liyue? Not to mention half an hour, she could take Chu Liyue's life with a single move. Then, a black rune appeared between Sheng Wanwan's brows. Then, it floated out. A cold aura spread out from it. It quietly passed through the barrier and drew an arc in the air. Chu Liyue looked at it and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The force that forcefully dragged her over just now seemed to be exactly the same as the aura of this rune. Could it be that this was the mysterious existence that was secretly helping Sheng Wanwan? A sense of uneasiness suddenly welled up in her heart. This rune was definitely more difficult to deal with than Sheng Wanwan. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Chu Liyue saw that the rune had already flown towards Dumpling. Several black lines floated out from the surface of the sword. Those lines were even thinner than a strand of hair. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Tuanzi's body burned with red flames in an instant. Her pair of dazzling crystal-like eyes were also shining brightly. However, when the flames touched the black lines, they actually didn't burn. The black lines passed through the flames and quickly outlined a huge net. Dumpling. Chu Liyue's heart tightened and immediately wanted Dumpling to retreat. However, it was already too late. That huge net directly trapped Dumpling. At the same time, Sheng Wanwan rushed over. She threw a simple and direct punch. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 740. Just as Chu Liyue and Sheng Wanwan were in an intense battle, the people left behind were also very anxious. Yang Qin's sudden self-destruction caught everyone off guard. By the time they reacted, Chu Liyue's figure had already disappeared. The only thing left on the battlefield was the violent aftermath of the explosion. Lei Laosi stared at the empty space, feeling angry and regretful as his chest heaved up and down. Her Highness was right in front of me, yet I actually couldn't protect her well. She could only watch helplessly as she was dragged into the void. 2 years ago, we weren't by Her Highness's side, which gave those people a chance. But now, the blood in Lei Laosi's body surged as he raised his hand, wanting to slap himself. Laosi. Qin Yi, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Lei Laosi's raised hand instantly stopped in midair. He looked up and saw his big brother looking at him with a calm expression and a hint of warning in his eyes. If we overreact now, we'll definitely be suspected by others. Jiang Yucheng, Mu Qinghe, and the rest are still watching from behind. Qin Yi's silent warning made Lei Laosi come to his senses. He clenched his teeth and put his hand back, but his fists were tightly clenched, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible. What happened just now? Jiang Yucheng hurriedly walked over with a cold and stern expression. Qin Yi turned around with a calm expression. Yang Qin self-destructed and tore open the empty space. The mastermind also forcefully dragged her away. Jiang Yucheng knitted his brows tightly. This means that there's indeed something wrong with Yang Qin. Who exactly is the mastermind behind this? Qin Yi shook his head and looked at Song Qingmian. Song Qingmian instantly looked like he was scalded. Why are you looking at me? What do you mean by that gaze? Yang Qin is from the Purple Shao Sword Sect, and she's very close to you, young Master Song. Now that something happened to her. Don't you have anything to say? Qin Yi's tone was very calm, but every single word was extremely sharp. It directly raised Song Qingnian's suspicion to the highest level. The surrounding people all looked over suspiciously. That's right. Everyone had clearly seen how Song Qingnian had protected Yang Qin, with all his might just now. Did he not know that there was something wrong with Yang Qin, Song Qingnian said angrily. What can I say? I don't know anything. Initially, he wanted to defend Yang Qin, but in this situation, any words would be useless. Yang Qin had chosen to self-destruct. If this wasn't a guilty conscience, then what was? Coupled with her strange wound from before, even Song Qingnian was well aware that she must be hiding something. The person was already dead, and the most important thing now was to clear himself of suspicion. Oh. You were so close to her. Do you really not know anything about what she said or did? Qin Yi asked. Song Qingnian felt extremely aggrieved. I really don't know. Even if I ask you 100 times, you still don't know. How long had Yang Qin been in the Purple Shao Sword sect? He was also attracted to her because she was beautiful and gentle, which was why he got close to her. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Qingnian, I believe that this matter has nothing to do with you, but any clues are very important now. If there's anything wrong with her, feel free to tell me if you know anything. The person who said this was Jiang Yucheng. Song Qingnian looked at him in disbelief. This means Jiang Yucheng is clearly suspicious of me. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Jiang Yucheng's serious expression, as if he was very concerned about this matter. No. He was clearly concerned about Chu Luiyue. Song Qingnian had some understanding of Jiang Yucheng. Seeing his reaction, he could basically guess what he was thinking and could not help but be secretly shocked. Mu Qinghe, who was at the side, glanced at Jiang Yucheng without batting an eyelid. Jiang Yucheng looked gentle and polite, but he was actually cold-hearted and ruthless. The person he valued the most was himself. Sheng Guanwan had been missing for so long, but he had never been so anxious. Chu Luiyue just disappeared, yet he already couldn't hold it in. Mu Qinghe looked down and suppressed the guess in her heart. I'm afraid that Jiang Yucheng himself hasn't noticed this, right? I really don't know anything. If I knew, why would I waste so much effort to save her just now? Why would I speak up for her? Song Qingnian defended himself. Nothing could be seen from Jiang Yucheng's expression, but his eyes were deep and obscure. It seems like I really can't get anything out of Song Qingnian. He looked at Qin Yi again. Young Master Qin, do you have a way to find her current location? The moment he said that, he heard footsteps behind him. I know where she is. The cold and indifferent voice of a youth sounded. The surroundings fell silent. Qin Yi looked at the golden-haired youth standing in front of him. His expression was cold, and his lips were slightly pursed. Only his eyes were filled with determination. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. Chang Wanzhou continued. I'll bring you to save her. Qin Yi gave a half-smile. Why me? Because you're the strongest. You can help her. Chang Wanzhou stared at him fixedly. He didn't say the remaining half of his sentence. It's also because Chu Luiyue trusts Qin Yi. He could clearly see that Chu Luiyue trusted Qin Yi and Lei Laosi a lot. Even though he didn't know why, he trusted her. Qin Yi paused and nodded. Okay. Jiang Yucheng immediately asked, why? Then, where exactly is she? The moment he asked that, Jiang Yucheng realized that he was too anxious. His expression changed, and he added, if we go together, we'll go together. The chances of success will be higher. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran had already followed them and seemed to want to go together. Chang Wanzhou glanced at Jiang Yucheng and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. She's very far from here. If too many people go, it will only drag down the speed. Jiang Yucheng's face was a little ugly. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran originally wanted to go, but they hesitated when they heard that. Then, you guys go first. It's more important to save Lu Yu first. don't worry about us. Even though Mu Hongyu was also very worried, she still said that. She had a faint yuan body and could teleport, so it was actually more convenient for her compared to the others. However, she wasn't sure if her current skills were enough. It wouldn't be good if she became everyone's burden when she went there. Yi Ranran also nodded seriously. Big brother Qin, you guys go first. Since they already said that, the others couldn't say anything else. Qin Yi raised his hand and gently waved it, tearing open space. Then, he stepped in. Chang Wanzhou followed closely behind. Lei Laosi was about to follow when Qin Yi glanced at him and lightly shook his head. Protect them well. After that, the two of them completely disappeared. Jiang Yuqing knitted his brows tightly and fell into deep thought. If Chu Luiyue was really taken away by Shengguan just now, I actually know the location. Digression, continue at 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.